relations with colleagues, improves the quality, makes for congenial atmosphere, tension would be less, stress would be less, and it breeds loyalty, and you would get more, you see, clients from outside world. Now, if a person has got negative attitude, that will lead to bitterness, that would lead to resentment. Life would be purposeless. Everybody, the person with negative attitude is criticizing himself, criticizing the others, criticizing the God. मेरे साथ एक मेरा कुलीग जा रहा है, कार में बैठे हुए हैं, and he has got negative sense of attitude. क्या है, सड़कें टूटी पड़ी हैं, यहाँ पर ये आ रहा है, वो हट, ये वो, कोई लोग, जहां पर आपका रोल नहीं है, यहाँ पर कुछ नहीं कर सकते, क्यों उसको क्रिटिसाइज करना? अगर डायरेक्टर, इंस्टीट्यूट के डायरेक्टर ने कोई एक एक्टिविटी अच्छी इंट्रोड्यूस की है, 80% would love it because they will appreciate the significance of that activity. There will be 20% also who would always criticize the activity, why this has been introduced. That will increase our workload. We are hardly having enough manpower. So ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. So ill health होगी, उससे काम तो करना है, हंस के करेंगे तो एंजॉय करेंगे, रोके करेंगे तो नेचुरली हमारी जो ब्लड प्रेशर है वो हमारा हाई होगा, क्योंकि ये जो ब्लड प्रेशर है ये कोई बीमारी नहीं है, ये हमने खुद ही अपने आप ली हुई है, बिकॉज वी हैव गॉट नेगेटिव एटीट्यूड, और स्ट्रेस लेवल जो है वो बहुत हाई होता है. सो नाउ लेट अस come to the categories of affective domain. As I told you that there are various levels, there are various categories in the affective domain, and we will begin with the lowest level, and the lowest level is the receiving. Then comes the responding part, valuing, organization, and characterization by value set. It means the lowest level is the most important one. Why? Because if you're in a classroom, if your students do not receive you, can you interact with them? No. The first stage or the first duty of the teacher is to enable them receive you. And how you can enable them receive you? By gaining their attention, by explaining the significance of the topic, why we are learning. Because once you enter the classroom, students want to know why they are sitting in the classroom. And if you begin your lecture with a statement or with a sentence that today my topic is this, today I will teach about this thing, today I will discuss, okay, then they will definitely say, sir, this is your headache, please go and break your head, isn't it? So it means we need to explain the rationale of teaching that particular topic. We need to explain the significance, and then you need to give an overview of your lecture, that today in this session we will learn about this. Naturally they would start responding to you. So let us learn these categories one by one. The first stage is the receiving, as I told you. So receiving means developing an awareness of that what topic they are going to learn, why it is essential. That will enhance their willingness to receive. If you see in my today's lecture, मैंने आपको ऐसे नहीं बोला था कि आज हम एटीट्यूड्स को कैसे मेजर करते हैं वो मैं आपको पढ़ाऊंगा. मैंने आपको बैकग्राउंड नॉलेज दिया कि हार्मोनियस डेवलपमेंट ऑफ लर्नर्स के लिए नॉलेज चाहिए, स्किल चाहिए, एटीट्यूड चाहिए, और धीरे धीरे मैं एटीट्यूड की तरफ आया. और उसके बाद मैंने आपको एक ओवरव्यू दिया दैट फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल we will learn about the concept of attitude, the types of attitude, how the attitudes are formed, and what are the factors that determine the attitude, what are the benefits of attitude, and then why attitude measurement is important, and why teachers are not giving emphasis on measurement. So I have told you about the points that we would be discussing. Okay, so willingness to receive would increase. Certain stimuli such as the aesthetic factors of a subject. So it means, as a teacher, when you are entering the class for first time in a semester, you need to explain you need to give the overview of your subject first. That in this particular semester, we have got this subject, and why this subject has got importance from students' point of view, from World of Works point of view. So you would start creating their interest. Once they are interested, curious, they would definitely would like to respond. So the learning outcome is simple awareness to selective attention. It means you are gaining their attention. So when they are receiving you, they will follow you, describe, reply, select, and ask. So it means at the receiving stage, you are developing their interest. And when a person is interested, he will listen to you with attention. He will accept what you are explaining. He will show awareness. He will watch the demonstration with care because you have already given them the benefit or the you can say significance of that demonstration, and he will be very much sensitive to each and every activity being carried out by the teacher in the classroom. So the first stage is the receiving. So if you have given them enough rationale, you have given them an overview of your lecture, it means now they are trying to receive you. So after this stage is over, the next stage is responding. Naturally, they would respond to you. So active participation on the part of learners, because you see, there are different types of students sitting in the classroom. One student says, sir, if you tell me, that is simply talking to them, he says, I will forget. Second student says, sir, if you show me, that is you try to create our interest, you say you give demo, you bring charts, pictures, diagram. He says, if you show me, I may remember. And there are third category of students who say, sir, if you involve us, we will be always with you. So it means as a teacher, you need to seek their participation, and participation is sought only once they have been convinced, once they are at the receiving stage. So active participation on the part of the learners, and the learning objective would be their willingness to respond would increase. They get some kind of satisfaction in responding, and that helps them develop personal interest. So he answers, he assists, he complies, he conforms, he tells, and he writes. And at this stage, appreciation is developed. So after interest, you are developing appreciation. So when he is responding, it means he is obeying rules, he takes active part, he completes assignment on time, he finishes experiment, he asks question, volunteers for extra duties, he follows safety regulations, and every time he seems to be enjoying because he's responding. रिसीविंग उसने कर लिया है, आपने उसको रिसीविंग स्टेज पे ले आए हैं, उसका इंटरेस्ट क्रिएट हो गया, नेचुरली वो उस चीज को अप्रिशिएट करेगा. थर्ड स्टेज इज he starts valuing the worth or value a learner places on a particular object, happening, or behavior, because he brings number of attitude along with him. He starts giving value to those attitude, and he prepares his own list of attitude. So learning outcome would be consistent and stable behavior. So three stages are there. Firstly, he will accept one value, he will give preference over the other, and he will be giving some kind of commitment for sustaining or for, you see, characterizing that value. So initiates, invites, proposes, shares, and selects. These are the behavior objectives. At this stage, he is forming his own set of attitude. So he appreciates the course, he values hard work, maybe he demonstrates commitment, he shows interest. Now you see, he has formed his own set of values. Attitudes have been formed. Now this is in regard to one student. The other student has got different set of values, different set of attitude. He has formed his own list of attitudes. And now we are working, or we are studying in a group, in a college. So there is lot of conflict. One set of attitude possessed by one person may not be matched with another set of attitude possessed by second person. So there is lot of conflict. So the fourth stage is organizing. That is, the learner, different learners, they bring together different values and resolves conflicts between them. So he or she finalizes his own set of objectives, his own set of attitude. So he becomes committed to a set of values and displays these values in his or her own behavior. So after organizing or after resolving the conflict, that is what he has his set of values and the other person has another set of values. So he resolves and prepares his final list of his values or attitude and becomes committed. So the learning outcome is that he becomes a responsible person now, because he is now organizing. So the behavioral objectives are adheres, alters, arranges, organizes, prepares. यहाँ पर वो उसमें वैल्यूज जो हैं वो डेवलप होते हैं. देखो, सबसे पहले इंटरेस्ट आपने डेवलप किया, फिर एप्रिसिएशन किया उसने, फिर एटीट्यूड फॉर्मेशन हुआ. अब एटीट्यूड के बाद, क्योंकि उसने वैल्यू दिया थे डिफरेंट एटीट्यूड्स को, उसको रिजॉल्व किया कॉन्फ्लिक्ट को. सो नाउ द वैल्यूज आर फॉर्म, और इस स्टेज पे द लर्नर विल एक्सेप्ट पर्सनल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. He will recognize responsibility of the members of the group if he is working in a team. He will know his own strengths and weaknesses. He will diagnose. He will formulate sensible plans for future. Now, if he or she is truly committed to his own set of values, then he acquires a characteristic style of his own behavior. Learner's behavior becomes consistent with internalized values. He develops a characteristic lifestyle. अगर मैं गांधी का नाम लूं तो आपके माइंड में क्या बात आती है? नॉन वायलेंस. ओके, उसने, गांधी ने अपनी पूरी जिंदगी इस पर्टिकुलर वैल्यू के ऊपर जो है कमिटेड रहा, और उसको हम उसके नाम से पहचानते हैं. इसी तरह मैं मदर टेरेसा का नाम लेता हूं तो आपके माइंड में एक पर्टिकुलर जो है एक वैल्यू सिस्टम आपके सामने आता है. सो अगर आप कंसिस्टेंट हैं वैल्यू सिस्टम के ऊपर, से रमेश है, उसको देखते ही सब लोग अपनी घड़ियों को ठीक करते हैं, because he always arrives at 9 o'clock in the college. इसका मतलब he is very regular, he is very punctual and he is very consistent. So उसका एक characteristic lifestyle है that he never comes late. He will reach the institution on time at 9 o'clock. उसको देखते ही घड़ियां सब अपनी ठीक करते हैं. मैं कार ड्राइव कर रहा हूं. If I am very much committed to traffic rules, तो अगर ट्रैफिक कांस्टेबल ट्रैफिक लाइट्स पे खड़ा है या नहीं खड़ा है, मैं रेड लाइट पे अपनी गाड़ी रोकूंगा ही, बिकॉज आई एप्रिशिएट द वैल्यू ऑफ ट्रैफिक रूल्स. इट मीन्स वो मेरे लाइफस्टाइल में एक कैरेक्टरिस्टिक है. लोग दूसरे चले जा रहे हैं लेकिन आई विल स्टैंड, आई विल स्टॉप माई व्हीकल. सो द लर्निंग ऑब्जेक्टिव इज रिलायबल बिहेवियर. You can always rely on him, which is typical, which is characteristic of the learner. It means he will display in his behavior, influence, modify, practice, qualifies. So starting में हमने इंटरेस्ट क्रिएट किया, उसने अप्रिशिएट किया, वैल्यूज डेवलप किए, और उसके बाद लास्ट में एटीट्यूड, वैल्यूज, और उसके बाद उसका फिलॉसफी ऑफ लाइफ बन गया. सो नाउ he shows reliable awareness of safety. He demonstrates reliability. He will be reliable, consistent on every occasion. He will be industriousness, punctual. He will exercise self-discipline, cooperates with others, shows independence, self-reliance, and practices a characteristic, reasonable lifestyle. So these are 5 levels of affective domain, and I have also touched upon the behavioral objectives which they contain, and these have been scaled in regard to the complexity of actions and thinking which they contain. So at the lowest level is the receiving, then comes responding, valuing, organizing, characterizing. In other words, at the lowest level, interests are created. The student would start responding. Then responding means appreciate करेगा, और उसके बाद वैल्यूइंग में उसके एटीट्यूड फॉर्म होते हैं, ऑर्गेनाइजिंग में वो उनको वैल्यू करके अपनी एक पैटर्न बनाता है, वैल्यूज, और लास्ट में वो फिलॉसफी ऑफ लाइफ है. सो रिसीविंग मीन्स passive attention of student which results in memorizing and recall. If it is only receptive learning, reception learning, they are not involved. But once they are involved, active attention by student which further reinforces their learning. The students attaches value to the knowledge gained, be it a piece of information or a phenomenon.
हेलो हेलो हेलो
Is the connection broken with everyone?
यस सर. हेलो
Hello, sir, is it connected?
नो नो नॉट येट सर.
अभी शाम के करोगे पैनल डिस्कशन मीटिंग में होगा. पैनल नहीं बनेगा तो डिस्कशन का अरे विदेश जल्दी चल जाएंगे लोग.
So sorry for the interruption due to power failure. So I was just discussing that there are 5 levels of affective domain, beginning with receiving, responding, valuing, organizing, and characterizing. Now let us come to why there is a need to test objectives in affective domain. Now I'll ask 2 questions. One question is, who is the present Prime Minister of India? Only if you respond Narendra Modi, you are correct. Another question, do you like mathematics? Now, unlike the first question, this question cannot have the unique answer which can be designated in advance, because for matters of personal preference, the correct answer is not same for everybody, isn't it? So the question can be rephrased so that different degrees of preferences or likings can be assessed. So I can rephrase this question, do you like mathematics? How well do you like to study mathematics? I can have 5 responses. One is hate it, dislike it, indifferent, like it, love it. So we have discussed different degrees of preferences, not simply into responses yes or no. Do you like mathematics? One will say yes, the other will say no. Okay, so cognition and the affect are not 2 independent aspects of our personality, because behavior is determined by how well we feel about a situation than by what we know about it. So both are related to each other. Affect and cognition not independent aspects, as I told you, and you might have noticed number of instances in your own classroom situations, like students are not submitting assignment on time, some students come late, some students do not obey the rules, some students work beyond their capacity, some rarely work to achieve goal, or some simply do the minimum essential work required. Some do get along others in a team or in a group work. Some are not cooperating, some are not appreciating, some are not showing interest in the classroom, some are not simply motivated. All these are the aspects of the affect, जो हमने 5 लेवल अभी आपके साथ डिस्कस किए हैं. ये जितनी सिचुएशंस हैं वो किसी न किसी एक लेवल में वो आती है. Now, why dearth of affective measurement? हालांकि appreciate हम करते हैं, लेकिन still we are not giving emphasis on measurement of objectives in affective domain. Firstly, there is no systematic approach to measure various aspects of affect. As far as measurement of objectives in cognitive domain and psychomotor domain, you have got the clear-cut instruction, written test, paper pencil test, because attitudes cannot be assessed with a paper pencil test. Another is reluctance on the part of teacher as far as teaching and measurement of attitudes are concerned. They say it is the duty of the parents, it is the duty of the mandir or masjid or gurdwara. It is not my duty to teach them various attitudes. And I'm not going to evaluate how he's performing. I'm simply concerned with how much marks he obtain in theory or practical. So it means there is some reluctance on the part of teacher. Sometimes the teachers are overloaded. They don't have enough time because you have to observe. As I told you in the beginning, as performances in the affective domain involve demonstration and observation of feelings, sensitivity, interpersonal relation, attitude, values, etc. Very difficult, sometimes difficult to measure, but you can measure. I will give you this strategy. So they don't have faith in reliability and validity of measures, reliability of these tools. मैंने एक क्वेश्चनियर अपने स्टूडेंट्स को दिया, उसने बिकॉज इट हैज गॉट 5-point स्केल और मैंने सारी पॉजिटिव स्टेटमेंट्स लिखी, उसने सबको गुड 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 लगा दिया। या मैंने अपने फ्रेंड को बोल दिया यार ये जो क्वेश्चनियर तू भर दे, मैं ऊपर साइन कर दूंगा। So it means we are not getting the correct information from the respondents. We get sometimes the fake information that is not the correct, you can say, behavior of their own. So we have no faith in the reliability and validity of the measures. Many teachers have no knowledge about measurement of objectives in affective domain, and they don't know about the tools of measuring the objectives in affective domain. You see, हम सेशनल लेते हैं, सेशनल में हम डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट्स जो है क्यों नहीं रखें, एंड वो जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ मार्क्स है वो सेमेस्टर के बिगिनिंग में ही सबको बता दी जाए कि इतने मार्क्स जो है क्लीनलीनेस वर्क के हैं, इतने मार्क्स जो है आपकी पंक्चुअलिटी रेगुलरिटी के लिए हैं, इतने मार्क्स जो है आपके जो है स्पोकन के ऊपर है, इतने मार्क्स जो है टीम वर्क में आप कैसे काम करते हो वगैरह वगैरह, बिहेवियर जितने भी कंपोनेंट्स हैं। ओके, आर्टिफिशियलिटी ऑफ सिचुएशन, क्योंकि there is a lot of difference between what people say and what they actually do. कहते कुछ है और कई बार करते हम कुछ और हैं। हाँ, तो हम कई बार आर्टिफिशियल बन जाते हैं कि भी मुझे कोई ऑब्जर्व कर रहा है, आई वुड ट्राई टू बी यू सी एनर्जेटिक, आई वुड ट्राई टू बी सिंसियर, अदरवाइज नॉट। इनवैलिड इंफॉर्मेशन मिल जाती है उससे। What a person says he would do and what he actually does, there is a lot of difference. And considerable reliance is on the inference, that is the degree of trust. Degree of trust कैसे बनता है? जैसे मान लीजिए मैं आपका इंटरव्यू कर रहा हूँ, and if I am discussing on some personal issue, लेकिन अगर आप और मैं एक दूसरे को जानते हैं, then you will be very free. You will give your accurate, correct information. लेकिन हम दोनों अगर एक दूसरे को जानते नहीं है तो कुछ चीजें, कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन आप डिस्क्लोज नहीं करेंगे ऑन पर्सनल इशू के ऊपर, पर्सनल प्रॉब्लम के ऊपर आप ओपन अप नहीं होंगे। ऐसा होता है ना, क्योंकि ये जो है आपके बिहेवियर से रिलेटेड चीजें हैं। सो दैट इज द रिलायंस इज ऑन द इन्फ्लुएंस, एंड स्टेबिलिटी नहीं है जो भी इफेक्टिव आउटकम्स हैं, क्योंकि पीपल मे चेंज देयर एटीट्यूड्स। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, एक स्टूडेंट ने मिड सेमेस्टर में ज्वाइन किया, एंड आफ्टर knowing his name and after looking at him, many students have formed some type of attitude. But after 3 or 4 days, they have found him very jovial, very helpful, very social, soft spoken. उनके एटीट्यूड में चेंज हो जाता उस प्रति व्यक्ति के प्रति. सो ये स्टेबल नहीं है एटीट्यूड, जो है वो आप चेंज करते जाते हो. ओके, फॉर एग्जांपल आप गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक सांगानेर में काम करते हैं, आपकी पोस्टिंग जो है किसी दूर दराज राजस्थान के स्टेशन में हो जाती है, यानी आपकी प्रमोशन, आप लेक्चरर से एचओडी बन जाते हैं, लेकिन आप वहां जाना नहीं चाहते. यहां आपका घर है, आपकी जो मिसेज है वो यहां सर्विस करती, बच्चे जहां पढ़ रहे हैं, आप क्या करेंगे? एचओडी शिप को फॉरगो कर देंगे. आपका जो एटीट्यूड है टुवर्ड्स प्रमोशन वुड बिकम नेगेटिव, कि प्रमोशन मतलब आपको दूसरी जगह पे भेज दिया. सो आपका एटीट्यूड चेंज हो गया, है ना? सो नाउ I'll give you some information on how to construct a behavior rating scale. तो behavior rating scale बनाने के लिए the first task is specify the behaviors to be evaluated. पहले आप identify कीजिए, prepare a list of behaviors you want to measure, you want to observe. और ये जो list of behaviors है, you cannot prepare a common list of behavior for all the teachers, because मैं as a teacher students में ये aspects देखना चाहता हूँ, ये as a teacher कुछ और aspects देखना चाहते हैं. Okay, so first is specify the behaviors to be evaluated. For example, as a teacher I have prepared a list of main behavior, that is he or she completes his or her work, cooperate with the teacher, work harmoniously with classmates, exhibits interest in learning, utilize the resources of classroom or institution, be neat and organized, participate freely in the classroom processes, be punctual in the classroom, preserve the institute property and respect the superiors. मैंने एक list of behavior बनाए, ठीक है? This is the first stage. Now you need to describe these behaviors. Describe का description का मतलब है कि आपने अब इनमें ये जो मैंने 7-8 behaviors की लिस्ट बनाई है, इनमें फर्दर आपने वेटेज डालनी है. I mean to say इनके फर्दर आपने एस्पेक्ट्स ढूंढने हैं. से मेरा पहला था complete his or her own work. इससे रिलेटेड मैं क्या चीज मेजर करना चाहता हूं. ओके, तो सेकंड इज डिस्क्राइबिंग दीज बिहेवियर्स. से कंप्लीशन ऑफ वर्क है, इसके लिए आई वुड से वाज द क्लासरूम वर्क कंप्लीटेड इन टाइम, ये मैं चाहता हूं मेजर करना. वाज द होमवर्क सबमिटेड व्हेन ड्यू, डिड द क्लासरूम परफॉर्मेंस इंडिकेट दैट द असाइनमेंट हैड बीन कंप्लीटेड, डिड थिंग्स वंस स्टार्टेड फिनिश इन द रिक्वायर्ड फॉर्म. तो मैंने क्या किया, कंप्लीशन ऑफ वर्क जो एक बिहेवियर था उसको फर्दर डिस्क्राइब कर दिया. एंड आई हैव गिवन ए वेटेज ऑफ 4 बिकॉज आई हैव chosen 4 statements for this particular behavior. Now coming to cooperation. Did the learner help the teacher when asked? Did the learner maintain proper classroom decorum? Did the learner help his classmates? Or did the learner share with classmates? तो मैंने cooperation जो एक behavior था उसको describe कर दिया. So describing these behavior. Let me give another example. One behavior was interest in learning. So did he exhibit knowledge not acquired in institution? Did he exhibit curiosity to learn new things? Did he pay attention to the information presented? Did he try to learn about why and how of things rather than just accepting them? तभी उसका interest मैं जान चूंगा. Then रिसोर्स यूटिलाइजेशन, क्लासरूम की और इंस्टीट्यूशन की. डिड ही यूज स्पेसिफिक रिसोर्सेज व्हेन इंस्ट्रक्टेड, कि भी ये आपने ये डिवाइसेस लेने हैं और ये आपने लेबोरेटरी से यहां से लेना है. डिड ही यूज स्पेसिफिक रिसोर्सेज ऑन हिज ओन इनिशिएटिव, कई बार कॉलेज में अवेलेबल नहीं है तो अपने रिसोर्सेज अपने आप वो इनिशिएटिव लेता है. डिड ही यूज रिसोर्सेज अदर देन दोज ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूट? डिड ही यूज रिसोर्सेज टू द बेस्ट एडवांटेज? मतलब कि मिनिमम उसकी वेस्टेज हो और उसका इफेक्टिव यूटिलाइजेशन हो. तो ये मैं जानना चाहता हूं नीटनेस एंड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के प्रति. तो कौन से बिहेवियर मैं मेजर करना चाहता हूं? डिड ही कीप द एरिया वर्क एरिया नीट व्हेन नॉट इन यूज? जैसे मान लो लैब में उसने एक्सपेरिमेंट कर दिया, आफ्टर कंप्लीटिंग द एक्सपेरिमेंट क्या उसने अपना लैब का जो एरिया है जहां पर वर्क एरिया क्या उसने साफ किया है? ओके. डिड ही कीप हिमसेल्फ नीट? मतलब कि वो बाल बिखरे हुए हैं और कपड़े ठीक से नहीं पहने हुए और जो है नहा के नहीं आया, मतलब लाइक दैट. डिड ही कीप? देन डिड ही हेल्प कीपिंग द क्लासरूम नीट? कागज उठाया नीचे फेंक दिया. देन डिड ही ऑर्गेनाइज वर्क एंड मटेरियल्स इन ए सिस्टमैटिक वे? यानी लैब में एक्सपेरिमेंट करना है तो ही विल फर्स्ट अरेंज द ऑपरेटर्स इन ए सीक्वेंस कि पहले कौन सा यूज करना फिर कौन सा, और जो यूज करता जा रहा है उसको राइट हैंड साइड में रखता जाए. सो ही इज वेल ऑर्गेनाइज्ड. पार्टिसिपेशन के ऊपर, क्योंकि ये भी एक मैंने बिहेवियर रखा था पार्टिसिपेशन में. डिड ही आस्क क्वेश्चन इन द क्लासरूम? तभी वो पार्टिसिपेट कर रहा है. डिड ही आंसर क्वेश्चंस पोज्ड बाय द टीचर? इट मींस ही इज पार्टिसिपेटिंग. डिड ही वॉलंटियर फॉर एक्टिविटीज? जैसे मैंने पूछा हाँ भी ये एक्टिविटी है आप में से कौन करेगा, ठीक है, ही वॉलंटियर्स. डिड ही कंट्रीब्यूट मटेरियल्स? डिड ही इन्फॉर्म टू द क्लास? यानी कुछ चीजें अपने तक रखता है या सबके साथ शेयर करता है. पार्टिसिपेशन होती है कि सबके साथ शेयर करे. देन ओबेइंग रूल्स. डिड ही ऑब्जर्व पंक्चुअलिटी? डिड ही ऑब्जर्व सेफ्टी मेजर्स इन द लेबोरेटरी इन द क्लासरूम? डिड ही रिटर्न लाइब्रेरी बुक्स इन टाइम? क्योंकि ये भी रूल का पार्ट है. एंड डिड ही ओबे हिज टीचर्स, हिज सुपीरियर्स एटसेट्रा? सो हमने इन बिहेवियर्स को अब स्पेसिफाई कर दिया. नाउ द नेक्स्ट स्टेज इज डिजाइनिंग द स्पेसिफिक स्केल और यार्ड स्केल जिसके ऊपर आपने मेजर करना है. तो आप 3 पॉइंट स्केल बना सकते हो. मैं कहता हूं इसे एग्री, इनडिफरेंट, डिसएग्री. आई कैन प्रिपेयर 5 पॉइंट स्केल. जैसे मोला स्ट्रांगली डिसएग्री, डिसएग्री, इनडिफरेंट, एग्री, स्ट्रांगली एग्री. या एक मैंने शुरू में बोली थी हेट इट, डिसलाइक इट, इनडिफरेंट, लाइक इट, लव इट. सो फॉलो यू सी 7 बिहेवियर्स हमने ये 5 पॉइंट स्केल पे दे दिए. ही कंप्लीट्स वर्क, सो 5 पॉइंट स्केल है नेवर, रेयरली, occasionally, frequently, always. So you will check, you will mark a tick कि particular student whether he completes work, he cooperates with teacher and classmates. So 5 point scale है never, rarely, occasionally, frequently, always. He exhibits interest in learning, he is neat and organized, he participates in classroom activities, he obeys his teachers. अब इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि हमें हर एक स्टूडेंट को ऑब्जर्व करना है. तो अब आप कहेंगे कि 70 की क्लास है या 100 की क्लास है तो कैसे ऑब्जर्व करेंगे? तो इसके लिए तो तरीका मुश्किल है, राइट. लेकिन इन चीजों को हम जैसे ट्यूटोरियल्स होते हैं, प्रैक्टिकल होते हैं लैब में, वर्कशॉप में, वहां पर स्मॉल ग्रुप होता है. जो बच्चा क्लासरूम में कर रहा है वही चीज वैसा ही उसका बिहेवियर ट्यूटोरियल में होगा और वर्कशॉप में होगा. तो यू कैन मेजर देयर बिहेवियर. अभी कुछ 10-20 मिनट्स हैं. नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू गिव सम इनपुट ऑन डेवलपिंग पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड, ओके, among your students. So you first of all ये हमने स्टूडेंट्स को भी ट्रेन करना है और टीचर्स के लिए भी है. हाउ टू डेवलप पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड. वन इज लव योरसेल्फ. यू सी you can love and respect others only if you love and respect yourself. बिल्कुल सिंपल सी बात है। तो खुद को हमें खुद की जो पोटेंशियलिटीज हैं, कैपेबिलिटीज हैं, आइडेंटिफाई करनी है। मेरे कौन से स्ट्रेंथ एरियाज हैं, उनको मैं अप्रिशिएट करूं। यस, आई एम वेरी गुड, आई एम वेरी स्मार्ट। जनरली आप छोटा सा एग्जांपल लेता हूं, हम मिरर के सामने खड़े होते हैं अपने बालों को संवारने के लिए, या जब हम मिरर को देखते हैं मेरी नाक मोटी है, यानी यू स्टार्ट क्रिटिसाइजिंग योरसेल्फ, मैं ये हूं, मेरा वो हूं। कभी भी हमने अपने आप को ये नहीं कहा कि मैं बहुत स्मार्ट हूं, मैं बहुत हैंडसम हूं, वगैरह वगैरह। क्योंकि जब तक आप खुद को प्यार नहीं करोगे, दूसरों को कर ही नहीं सकते। जस्ट आई सेड you can love and respect others only if you love and respect yourself. So start loving yourself and believing in yourself. Yes, I can do it, I will do it. अगर 5 बार दिन में जोर से यानी खड़े होकर ऐसे करें, yes I can do it, yes I can do it, डेफिनेटली आप में इतनी एनर्जी आएगी, आप में नेगेटिव एटीट्यूड कभी भी नहीं आएगा। चेंज फोकस। आपके साथ आप 2 कुलीग आपस में बातें कर रहे हैं, राइट? एक कुलीग हैज गॉट सम नेगेटिव फीलिंग्स अबाउट द मैनेजमेंट, ही स्टार्ट डिस्कसिंग नेगेटिवली। उसका फोकस चेंज कर दीजिए, क्योंकि अगर आप उसको रिस्पॉन्ड करते हैं, यू पार्टिसिपेट, इफ यू पार्टिसिपेट देन देयर इज इट विल नेवर एंड, बोथ ऑफ यू विल इंडल्ज। सो चेंज द फोकस, लुक फॉर द ब्राइट साइड, कि भी इसमें से भी हमने अच्छी चीज निकालनी है, चाहे बुरा हुआ है, लेट अस लुक एट द ब्राइटर साइड। अभी मैंने बोला दैट यू एनालाइज योरसेल्फ, व्हाट आर योर स्ट्रेंथ, व्हाट आर योर वीकनेसेस, हाउ कैन आई ओवरकम दोज वीकनेसेस। क्योंकि अगर मैं अपनी वीकनेसेस को लेके हाथ पे हाथ डाल के बैठा रहूंगा तो मैं उनके ऊपर कभी उनको ओवरकम नहीं कर पाऊंगा। मैं ये रियलाइज करूं कि मेरी स्ट्रेंथ इन कैपेबल इन एरियाज में है, आई कैन डू वंडर्स, लेकिन यहां पर मेरी नॉलेज कम है, आई कैन अक्वायर सम नॉलेज। फॉरगिव योरसेल्फ, गलती हो गई है, नुकसान हुआ है, कोई बात नहीं, वी शुड लर्न ए लेसन फ्रॉम आवर मिस्टेक, सो फॉरगिव योरसेल्फ। मेक ए हैबिट ऑफ डूइंग इट नाउ, डोंट पोस्टपोन थिंग्स ऑन टू नेक्स्ट डे। अभी काम आया, start immediately. Sometimes the work looks to be very complex, you do not know where to begin, so you can start from anywhere, because inspiration comes only once you have started and not before that. You can always change it later, लेकिन you should start, develop a habit of doing it now, and before leaving in the evening, that is आप शाम को घर जाने से पहले, prepare a list of to do things for the next day, कि कल मैंने आकर ये करनी है। क्योंकि हम माइंड में बनाते हैं कि कल मैं ये काम करूंगा, लेकिन जब कॉलेज में पहुंच जाते हैं तो कोई और काम मिल गया, वो जो घर में सोचा था माइंड में वो सारा भूल गया, एंड शाम को जाते हुए ओहो ये 2 काम तो आज रह ही गए। तो ऐसा होता है। तो अगर हमारे पास एक टू डू लिस्ट बनी हुई है कि कल मैंने ये काम करने हैं, तो सुबह मैंने ये काम मैंने उस फलां टीचर को बोलना है, ये उसको बोलना है, या उसको बोलना है, या मैंने खुद करना है, वगैरह वगैरह। एंड आफ्टर 2-3 आवर्स यू कैन मॉनिटर द प्रोग्रेस, हाँ, एंड बिफोर लीविंग उनमें से कौन से टिक हो गए, एंड नेक्स्ट डे में और के लिए कौन से टास्क और ऐड करने हैं, यू प्रिपेयर ए फ्रेश लिस्ट। आज तो कंप्यूटर का जमाना है, इमीडिएटली यू कैन डिलीट और यू कैन ऐड समथिंग। सो मेक ए हैबिट ऑफ डूइंग इट नाउ। स्टे अवे फ्रॉम नेगेटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर्स। अभी बोल के हटाऊं, काम मिला है, हंस के करूंगा, इंजॉय करूंगा, रोके करूंगा तो ब्लड प्रेशर लूंगा। सो यूज विजुअलाइजेशन। कई बार मुझे फीलिंग होती है कि मैं प्रेजेंटेशन देनी है और मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन बहुत खराब जाएगी, लोग क्रिटिसाइज करेंगे। अगर पहले से ही आप इतने नर्वस हो गए, नेचुरली वो खराब जाएगी। लेकिन अगर यू विजुलाइज सक्सेस कि मैं प्रेजेंटेशन दूंगा, इतनी बढ़िया होगी कि मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन के बाद सभी लोग खड़े होकर तालियां लगाएंगे, तो चांसेस है कि वो आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन, यू विल सक्सीड, योर प्रेजेंटेशन वुड बी बेटर। लेकिन पहले ही सोच के जाएं। सो गेट इनटू ए कॉन्टिन्यूस एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम। तो अभी जैसे ये फैकल्टी 8 इंस्टीट्यूशन की फैकल्टी है, सो नेटर चंडीगढ़ ने बहुत अच्छी आपको अपॉर्चुनिटी दी है, एंड यू हैव बीन कनेक्टिंग टू आवर इंस्टीट्यूशन फॉर द फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम। और इसमें इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी कई सारे प्रोग्राम आपके लिए ऑफर होते हैं, लाइक पर्सनैलिटी डेवलपमेंट, रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल एटसेट्रा, और आपके सब्जेक्ट अपडेटिंग है। सो इससे एटीट्यूड जो है वो बेटर एटीट्यूड जो फॉर्म होंगे। लर्न टू लाइक थिंग्स दैट नीड टू बी डन। स्टार्ट योर डे विथ समथिंग पॉजिटिव। कोलीग को हेलो बोला, कल आप आए नहीं थे, मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगा, अब सब कुछ घर में ठीक है, सिंपल सी एक बात ऐसी कह दी, इससे खुश हो गया। हाँ, उसको लगेगा कि भी मैं नहीं आया, मेरा कंसर्न है। यहां से मैं अपने रूम में बैठा हूं, मेरे पास कोई स्टूडेंट आता है, यहां से मेरा कोलीग आता है, यहां से कोई आउटसाइड क्लाइंट आता है, इफ आई से व्हाट कैन आई डू फॉर यू, एक सिंपल सेंटेंस आपने बोला कि मैं आपके लिए क्या कर सकता हूं, आप देखेंगे उस व्यक्ति के चेहरे पर जो मुस्कान आएगी, उससे आपको बहुत आनंद आएगा। ये आपने एक पॉजिटिव किया। हाँ, दूसरा तरीका कि आप उसको, मेरे पास अभी टाइम नहीं है, जाओ भाग जाओ यहां से, दिस इज नेगेटिव। तो प्रॉपर वे में आपने उसको टैकल किया। प्रैक्टिस पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग। हमेशा पॉजिटिव सोचें, पॉजिटिव ही होगा। ऑलवेज एंगेज योर सेल्फ इन पॉजिटिव सेल्फ टॉक। अपने साथ भी अगर बात करें, बहुत बार हम अपने साथ बात करते हैं और खुद को क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं, एंड अपना सेल्फ एस्टीम जो है पॉजिटिव नहीं, यस आई एम ए वर्थ, नॉट वर्थलेस, आई एम ए responsible member of this organization, I am contributing to the profit of this organization. So fill your mind with positives. इसके लिए read inspirational books, listen to good music, और अपने अच्छे फ्रेंड के साथ कभी बात करें। बहुत सारे सीरियल टीवी में चलते हैं जिसमें नेगेटिविटी भरी हुई है, उसको मत देखिए। साल में या 2 महीने में, 3 महीने में आप एक मूवी जाके दिखाएं थिएटर में, एटलीस्ट 3 घंटे में विलन को सजा तो मिल जाती है। और आपने देखा होगा सीरियल 10-10 साल तक चलते रहते हैं और विलन जो है वो मुस्कुराते रहते हैं और हीरो हीरोइन रोते रहते हैं। सो इन चीजों को देखकर हम कई बार सोचते हैं कि भी इससे हमें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, होता है इसका फर्क, राइट। सो रीड इंस्पिरेशनल बुक्स, लिसन टू अपलिफ्टिंग म्यूजिक और गुड वीडियो, अफर्म योरसेल्फ बाय रिमाइंडिंग योरसेल्फ ऑफ योर पास्ट विक्ट्रीज, कि मैंने पहले ऐसे जीता हुआ, ये काम तो मेरे लिए कुछ भी नहीं है, मैंने तो इतने इतने मुश्किल काम किए हुए हैं, और अपने आप को कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट भी करें on the good you have done and will do. Think only good things about people. सब में पॉजिटिविटी भी होती है, नेगेटिविटी भी होती है। मेरा फ्रेंड है, मैं इसके बारे में सिर्फ पॉजिटिव ही निकालूं, नेगेटिव नहीं मुझे निकालना, वो हर एक में होता है। एंड स्पीक ओनली पॉजिटिव वर्ड्स। जैसे आप आए हैं, रमेश जी अब ये मेरे लिए काम करेंगे, तो मैंने आपका नाम बोला रमेश और साथ में जी कहा। यू सी, अब मैं से पीएन को बोलता हूँ विधिचंद जी ये जरा यहां से उठा के यहां रखेंगे, ही इज अ वेरी ही इज एमएसए, बट ही आल्सो डिजर्व्स रिस्पेक्ट, बिकॉज ए पर्सन नेम इज टू हिम और हर द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट साउंड। क्लासरूम में हम बोलते हैं यस रोल नंबर 77, तुम बताओ इसका क्या आंसर होगा। 77 हैज गॉट नो मीनिंग। लेकिन आप बोलोगे यस नितिका जी आप बताओ इसको क्या, हाँ यू हैव सेड वेरी राइटली, वंडरफुल, तो ये पॉजिटिविटी है। Provide opportunity to your students for being responsible for each other and relate the industrial experiences, education experiences to students' lives. So take example from their work, from their daily life. Encourage ग्रुप डिस्कशन क्लासरूम में कभी ऑर्गेनाइज करें, बिकॉज ग्रुप डिस्कशन में कुछ बच्चे फॉर में बोलते हैं, कुछ जो है अगेंस्ट में बोलते हैं, तो दे विल लर्न टू टॉलरेट द व्यू पॉइंट्स ऑफ अदर्स, कि दूसरों के व्यू पॉइंट्स को भी हमने जो है वो एक्सेप्ट करना है। सो इन्वॉल्व देम इन डिसीजन मेकिंग और इन द क्लासरूम सिचुएशन एक्सेट्रा। और मैं ये कहूँगा you need to convert your negatives into positive। जैसे आप 5 आपने नेगेटिव स्टेटमेंट्स आप आज दिन में कौन सी होनी चाहिए और कैसे आप उनको पॉजिटिव में कन्वर्ट करोगे। So make it a habit of converting the negative statements to positive. You can do this exercise yourself. So friends, the choice is yours. That is, with a bad attitude, you can never have a positive day. But with a positive attitude, you can never have a bad day. So choice is yours. So अंत में मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि हमें स्टूडेंट्स में ऑल राउंड डेवलपमेंट करनी है, तो नॉलेज स्किल्स के साथ साथ एटीट्यूड की टीचिंग, मैं ये नहीं कहता कि क्लास होनी चाहिए, जो टीचर क्लासरूम में किस तरह से खड़ा है, किस तरह से बिहेव कर रहा है, किस तरह से बोल रहा है, इंटरपर्सनल रिलेशन है, कैसे वो उनको अपने जो है डिसीजन मेकिंग में इन्वॉल्व कर रहा है, ये सारी चीजें जो है वो स्टूडेंट्स ऑब्जर्व करते हैं। तो इनको साथ साथ मेजर कीजिए। छोटा सा मैंने एक स्केल बनाया है, उसके लिए चेकलिस्ट बनाए और उनको देखिए, आपने वर्कशॉप में या लैब में मार्क्स रखे होते हैं उनकी जो है एक्सपेरिमेंटल सेटअप के, एक्सपेरिमेंट को परफॉर्म करने के, वाइवा वोसा और बिहेवियर के। तो बिहेवियर के मार्क्स, क्योंकि हम यूजली जो है वो कंसोलिडेटेड मार्क्स दे देते हैं, वी नेवर गिव मार्क्स अकॉर्डिंग टू द क्राइटेरिया ऑफ इवैल्यूएटिंग अ पर्टिकुलर एक्सपेरिमेंट। सो मैं इसी के साथ ये सेशन जो है वो खत्म करता हूं। And if you have got any query, you are welcome, or if you want to add, yes। हाँ, इससे पहले कि हम सेशन को जो है टी ब्रेक में जाएं, there is one announcement that today at 2 o'clock we will have a panel discussion, and I request the coordinators of all the 8 institutions who have been connected to this institute for this program, please identify one professor, senior level professor, who would be one of the panelists and who would be discussing the changes needed in examination system. So changes needed not only in the final semester examination system, so changes needed in internal, that is sessional, as well as the end semester university or board examination. So I will request the coordinators of 8 institutions to identify one professor who would be discussing about changes needed in the examination system, and every panelist will be given 10 minutes. So they may suggest the changes needed. Okay. Any query in this regard also, you are welcome.
Yes sir, good morning.
Good morning. हाँ जी बोलिए। Yes. Yes please.
Sir, good morning. It is MIT Meerut.
हाँ जी।
Sir, next session will be on.
अभी तो 11:30 पे on feedback.
Okay, okay, sir.
So at 2 o'clock we will have panel discussion, and you are requested to identify one professor who would be given 10 minutes and he would discuss about various changes that are required to be made in the examination system. So changes needed in examination system, both internal and term.
Hello,
Thank you.
हाँ जी,
sir. Good morning,
गुड मॉर्निंग जी.
sir. This is Deepak Kumar from Sabasaria Engineering College, Sikar.
हाँ जी, बोलिए.
Sir, my question is that there is a very little difference between positive attitude and overconfidence.
Very small
Little
difference.
difference between positive attitude and overconfidence.
देखिए, पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड तो होना चाहिए, ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट होने से हम कई बार प्लान आउट नहीं करते. हम कहते हैं ये तो छोटा सा काम है, ये तो मैं कर ही लूंगा. चाहे स्मॉल एक्टिविटी है, यू नीड टू मेक ए प्लान ऑफ इट.
जैसा
ओवर
आपने
अच्छा नहीं है, दैट इज नॉट पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड. कॉन्फिडेंस इज पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड.
आपने एग्जांपल दिया सर कि जैसे
हाँ बोलिए. आई एम नॉट एबल टू हियर यू.
नेगेटिव आ रही है दिमाग में, लेकिन ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस भी आ सकता है सर बंदे के अंदर कि मैं कर सकता हूँ इसको.
हाँ, यस, आई कैन डू इट. देखो, मैं एक स्टेटमेंट बोलूंगा, आप अप्रिशिएट करेंगे. गवर्नमेंट जॉब कॉन्सेप्ट एंड प्राइवेट जॉब कॉन्सेप्ट. गवर्नमेंट जॉब में क्या होता है, वन पर्सन सेज if he can do it, let him do it. If he cannot do it, how can I do it? कॉमन जॉब कॉन्सेप्ट है. मैंने बोला, पहला बोला, if he can do it, let him do it. If he cannot do it, how can I do it? लेकिन प्राइवेट जॉब कॉन्सेप्ट, जहां देखिए प्राइवेट में बहुत सारी कंपनी जो है, प्राइवेट जो है वो बहुत उनका प्रॉफिट हाई है. He says, if he can do it, I can also do it. If he cannot do it, I must do it. तो ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस जो है, उससे आप प्लानिंग पार्ट को खत्म हो जाते हैं. यानी आप सोचते हैं कि ये तो काम हो ही जाएगा, उसके लिए आप प्लान नहीं करते, लेकिन एंड वक्त पे फिर हमें वो कई बार डिफिकल्टीज फेस करनी पड़ती है. तो चाहे छोटी सी एक्टिविटी क्यों नहीं हो, चाहे आपने, जैसे मान लीजिए ये टॉपिक है मेजरिंग एटीट्यूड इन अफेक्टिव डोमेन, ये मैंने बहुत बार पढ़ा है. इट डजंट मीन कि मुझे प्रिपेयर करने की जरूरत नहीं है. क्लासरूम में आने से पहले रात को मैंने 1 घंटा इसके ऊपर स्पेंड किया था, सो दैट कि सारा कुछ सिस्टमेटिकली हो. तो मैंने एक एग्जाम्पल, अगर मैं ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट में चले जाता, आ जाता, तो मैं कुछ गड़बड़ भी कर सकता था. तो ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस में गड़बड़ होने के चांसेस हैं. कॉन्फिडेंस इज गुड कि यस आई कैन डू इट, उससे मेरा मोरल बूस्ट रहता है, मेरे में पॉजिटिविटी रहती है. यस.
Hello,
हाँ जी.
sir. I am from MIT.
हाँ जी, बोलिए.
Sir, we have listened to you, and it was a very good presentation on attitude. And as we all know that attitude plays a very vital role in a person's life, and it is not just one day outcome, because from home to society,
Right,
each
right.
and everything influences a person's and helps in developing his or her attitude. And my question is, sir, that how do you relate the evaluation pattern and attitude of a student? Like my explanation is, hello,
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
like in first year BTech students, like first year BTech, the student, there is a very true evaluation, and the student whosoever is competent is only able to qualify the first semester or the first year.
On the basis of
Those students who do not qualify that, they usually quit. So that time the true evaluation is actually developing a negative attitude in them towards this degree. So how you will correlate these two things, like evaluation pattern and the attitude of a student?
ऐसा है क्योंकि जब हमने क्योंकि वो क्विट कर गया क्योंकि हमने उसको काउंसल नहीं प्रॉपरली किया, हमने सब्जेक्ट्स की या से टॉपिक्स की रेलेवेंस नहीं बताई, हमने सीधा टॉपिक को शुरू कर दिया, पहले तो इंटरेस्ट उसका वहीं पर खत्म हो गया, राइट? क्योंकि मैंने से ओम्स लॉ पढ़ा दिया थ्योरेटिकली, उसका जो है रैशनल नहीं बताया कि मैं ये क्यों पढ़ना है या इसके पढ़ाने से क्या फायदा होता है, या इसको मैंने इंडस्ट्री के साथ लिंक नहीं किया, इंडस्ट्री के एग्जांपल के साथ, तो वो एक रोट मेमोराइजेशन होती है जिसको बच्चा जो है एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रहा। हाँ, अब क्योंकि आपने इसमें आपके थ्योरी अवार्ड्स होते हैं, सेशनल अवार्ड्स होते हैं। थ्योरी अवार्ड्स तो आप देंगे ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ हाउ ही हैज परफॉर्म्ड इन द क्वेश्चन पेपर, लेकिन सेशनल में आप दो कंपोनेंट रख सकते हो। एक जो है आपका जो है जो से मिड सेमेस्टर क्लासरूम टेस्ट हो गया और से 50 नंबर है टोटल सेशनल के, तो एटलीस्ट 30 मार्क्स जो है वो मिड सेमेस्टर दो टेस्ट आपने लिए और 20 मार्क्स जो है उनके बिहेवियर के लिए आप रखिए, और बिहेवियर को भी आप फर्दर क्लासीफाई कीजिए कि 5 नंबर किस चीज के हैं, 5 किसके हैं, 5 किसके हैं, और ये जो पूरा प्रोसेस है इट मस्ट बी intimated to all the students before the start of a semester. ठीक है?
There is one thing related to sports, a player is practicing for something, then he or she is asked to practice with the simplest things first, and then gradually the harder things he or she is asked to practice with. So do you think that this kind of approach will help students finding this degree course more comfortable and suitable?
You need to proceed from
if we apply the same thing in evaluation.
हाँ, नहीं evaluation में theory paper में इसमें
in theory as well as in practicals, like we should ask them the simple question first and then gradually we should prepare them for the harder one.
देखिए ना, जो आपके क्वेश्चन पेपर आया and you have given a very difficult question in the beginning, पहला क्वेश्चन आपका बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, तो बच्चे का मोरल वहीं खत्म हो जाता है। तो क्वेश्चन पेपर में क्वेश्चंस की जो अरेंजमेंट है वो भी सिंपल से डिफिकल्ट जानी चाहिए। कुछ क्वेश्चन जो है बहुत सिंपल होने चाहिए, 20% क्वेश्चन जो है बहुत डिफिकल्ट होने चाहिए, तो 20% बहुत सिंपल, 20% बहुत डिफिकल्ट, और जो रिमेनिंग 60% है वो एवरेज ग्रुप को टारगेट रखते हुए लिखे जाने चाहिए। तो इससे जो है स्टूडेंट का मोरल जो है बूस्ट होता है। तो क्लासरूम में एक्टिविटी जो है सिंपल से डिफिकल्ट की तरफ जाइए। आप अपना सिलेबस में भी पिक एंड चूज मत कीजिए कि ये टॉपिक मैं पहले पढ़ा दूं, क्योंकि जो सिलेबस जिन्होंने करिकुलम डिजाइन किया है उन्होंने पहले वो टॉपिक रखा जो दूसरे टॉपिक के लिए प्री रिक्विजिट बन जाता है, तो सिंपल से डिफिकल्ट की तरह अरेंज करके रखे हुए हैं, तो इससे स्टूडेंट जो है बेटर लर्न करते हैं।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
ओके जी।
Sir, this is SIEC. I'm a faculty. I would like to add something more to this according to me. If a person has a positive attitude, it is some positive characteristics. Even if failure is there, he will take failure as a positive only. He will accept the mistakes. At the same time, he will be committed to learn from that. Do you agree with me, sir?
Yes.
Because it will also boost his moral.
Yes,
What
yes.
does it boost the moral? So he will not let himself down at the time of failure. So only thing is teacher has to keep a watch on the student. What is his reaction to the failure?
Yes.
How he responds to the failure?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. So now we break for tea and please मैंने एक task दिया हुआ है, at 2 o'clock we will have panel discussion and please invite one of your senior professors to give a discussion on changes needed in examination both in the sessional and end term. So आठों के आठों इंस्टीट्यूशन के एक प्रोफेसर जो है वो अपनी अपनी जो है डिस्कशन करेंगे 10-10 मिनट के लिए। So now we break for tea. So tea break and 11:30 we will have the next session. Thank you very much.
Excuse me sir.
हाँ जी।
Sir, can you please repeat the task?
So please invite one of your senior professor for the panel discussion and ask him to discuss the changes needed in the examination system, both in
Okay.
the session and the end term. So they will be given 10 minutes each.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Got it.
टी ब्रेक है ना? हाँ टी ब्रेक नहीं मतलब मैंने कहा मैंने वो सही किया है चैनल ये वाला सेंटर है ना यही हाँ हाँ चलो टी ब्रेक चल रहा है मैं क्यों वाला कौन सा हो गया छोटी सी mistake। मैम चल रहा था ना वो अभी सोया तो मैं घबराने में आई सोए भी नहीं सकना होता तो जीत सकता है हेलो भैया 9 चाय ले आओ 9-10 चाय ले आओ ठीक है नमकीन बिस्किट फटाफट कोई जितना रोज आता है उतना ही लेके आओ जितना रोज आता है उतना ही लेके आओ ठीक है जितना रोज आता है भैया जल्दी जाओ चलो मैं देख आते जाओ जल्दी चलो नीचे रखे हैं नीचे जल्दी शुरू है तो मिलेगा लंच लंच मिलेगा और मेरी वो वाली बस छूट गई थी देखना कानपुर कानपुर निकलने ना टाइम तो लग जाता है नोट निकलने मैंने पर पीछे पर रहते हैं सब पीछे बात ददी 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 के बाद शक्ति के बाद हाँ फिर के बाद जाने का चुनाव भी करूंगी और तो क्या करें लेक्चर टाइम तक नहीं करता नहीं टाइम था तो लेक्चर कितने पहले पढ़े हाँ जी मैम मैं सब लोगों को ना हार्ड कॉपी दूंगी मैम आप फीडबैक फॉर्म भर के भेज अभी अभी नहीं करा के मेरे साथ तो डबल कराया मुझे लगा कि वो खरीद वो डेटा पैक है मुझे डेटा पैक कराना मैंने उसको तो करा था करा दिया और मतलब शॉप पे जाके कराया था काफी तो फिर उसके बाद डेटा पैक की जगह कॉल आ गई मैं नेट चलाई जाऊँ अब मेरे जो बैलेंस तो हो नहीं गया तो फिर और मेरा बैलेंस खत्म पे मुझे ये क्या हो रहा है फिर मैंने उसको फोन कस्टमर केयर वालों को कहा कि वो तो पैक कॉल का था उसका नहीं मैंने कहा तुमने तो मेरा सारा बैलेंस उड़वा दिया क्या अरे टीवी में ऐसे होता है तरीके से देख लेते हैं ना वो पैक वो तो बिल्कुल टीवी के चैनल टीवी के चैनल के अलग मैंने आईडी दिलवा दी पोस्ट वगैरह का वो चला गया कोई देखता तो है नहीं सिंगल बंद रहते हैं मैंने कहा क्या मैं तो चैनल हटवाना
की ब्रेक तो लिखा हुआ है
आ रही है आ रही है रास्ते में तो पता चैनल उसने कहा कि हाँ हट गए अब पैसे पता चुका कि एक महीने एलिजिबिलिटी होगी लेकिन वो करके दिखती नहीं बता रहा फिर भी मैं दोबारा फोन किया मेरा अभी हो जाएगा फिर हुआ लड़ो नहीं हाँ जैसे 2 दिन पहले फोन किया 10:30 रात को मैंने वही तो बता रही हूँ अभी मैंने कल ही रिचार्ज कराया अब कल ही मैं चैनल चेंज कराया बिकॉज कभी मतलब वो वैलिडिटी 1 महीने की उसकी रहेगी फिर मैंने आगे 30 दिन की डाला है हमारे लेवल पे कितने हैं कौन कौन है सुमन की समझना नहीं
सुमन सुयन ललित संदीप ये तो रेगुलर है
अब ललित का फाइल कारण में
अब नाने बढ़ावा भी चला आगे
अब लिया थे हटिया तक इन्होंने लेकिन अच्छे मानते हैं साढ़े 5 वाले अच्छे
इसकी अपेक्षा उसके
सर अगर पीएचडी का डिग्री करते हो कोई ब्रांच की डिग्री पढ़ा नहीं जाता
तो मैंने पढ़ाया भी नेगेटिव में पढ़ेगा नहीं है
मैंने भी
मैंने
पढ़ा
प्रतिष्ठा प्रतिष्ठा और वो है
टेक्निकल में मैंने टेक्निकल का मैंने सोच लिया था पर वो उसमें तो नहीं था वो मामला खराब है
कर दें चलो. हाँ जी, good morning, the faculty of the connected centers.
Very good morning, sir.
Good morning. And today is the last topic, that is student feedback. I think in your program it is written only feedback, but actually it is student feedback, because we are in the profession of teaching, and teaching means teacher and the taught. Taught means student. So basically it's a student feedback. So today we'll be deliberating on various aspects of feedback. First of all, I would like to know, do you use this feedback? सेंटर्स के नाम बता दो कोई.
Very good afternoon, sir. Very good morning, sir. It is Abhilash from MIT. Sir, we have an evaluation form, that means feedback form for the students.
No, that is a different thing. That is a evaluation form. That is totally different. I am talking about the student.
Yes,
that
sir,
is
we
a
have,
topic which will be deliberating upon. I pose a question that do you use this feedback mechanism in your teaching learning?
yes, sir.
How?
Yes, sir, we are having the student feedback form about the concerned faculty.
But in normal teaching, do you use feedback?
Normal teaching, so it is on the regular basis in a semester twice or thrice.
No. My point is little different. I bring you to the classroom situation where you are teaching and the students are learning.
Yes, sir.
Do you use feedback?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I would like to answer your question that in classroom situation, the feedback comes at the end of lecture. Like we used to ask a student how they feel about the subject, what we have taught, means what they understood, and their reaction, and their understanding level and all. We check at the end of that lecture. So it's a part of evaluation come the feedback.
Perfectly right. So that was my point to reach, that you are at the same wavelength. Now I give you one example. Now you visualize a classroom situation. Students are sitting, you have given them some assignment to do. They are doing. And you being a teacher, you are moving in the classroom and observing what the students are doing. And you go to one student, you see his performance and comment. It doesn't seems to be right. Improve it. Then you go to the next. You give another comment. Going in the right direction. You go to the third. It is not like this. You go to the fourth. You give another comment that well done. So you are moving in the class and commenting the various students. What you are doing actually, you are giving some feedback on the observation. You are giving some remarks. And what happens? This will enhance their learning ultimately. So now you see another classroom, another situation in which, suppose a teacher is doing his job, means some official work he is to do. He is sitting on a table and doing the job, and he has given the assignment to the students to do, and the students are doing, but he is not giving any remarks to any of the students. At the end of the class, means after 50 minutes or whatever is the time allotted to a particular session, so he goes out. Before he goes out, he gives the answer to a particular assignment, what he has given to do, and he writes the answer on the board, or he announces that he reads the answer. Then what happens? In this very situation, this teacher has given the answer, but not the proper remarks or the feedback at the particular time. So these are the two scenarios. So in this case, these are the two ends of the feedback, means that if we see this a continuum, these are the two extreme cases. But what is in between? In between means what actually we do in our classroom situation. So the quality of feedback is poor in the second case. So we have to, while we are observing these two situations, we feel that in the second case, the teacher's role is not that appropriate, but it should have been in the first case. So this is the information provided by the teacher to the students, or the student reaction to the teaching is called the feedback. And now around this very topic we'll be deliberating. I have compiled some information through slides also. And precisely in any classroom, any form of communication that takes place that attempts to provide information to students about the quality and the quantity of their performance in their learning situation is called feedback. So basically, what is feedback? It is a communication that is provided by the teacher to students or from students to teacher. Example, we take a test and we provide the result of that very test. That is a feedback to the test. Then comments on the assignment or comments on the individual learning. These are called the feedback. That's why I posed a question in the very first instance, that do you use this feedback? You do. Every day you do. That may be in between your lecture session or at the end of that, or when there is any query posed by the student, you answer that. That is called feedback. So today's topic is student feedback, and this is a very important aspect, because in the teaching learning process, both teacher as well as the student has to be active. It is not only the teacher is speaking and the student is listening passively. I think the learning will not take place till there is interaction or there is a two-way communication. So structure of my presentation will be the concept of feedback, then purposes of giving feedback, then types of feedback, then evaluation and nature of feedback, guidelines for giving the feedback, appropriate feedback, who provides the feedback, role of ICT in providing the feedback, and quality concerns in feedback. So around these subtopics will be revolving. We all know the central purpose of any educational endeavor is to promote learning among learners. Our aim of teaching learning is to improve learning or enhance learning. That is the foremost motto in the mind of the teachers, that by all means that we have to promote learning among the learners. So purpose of education is to bring about a desirable change in the behavior of the learner. So that I think we have dealt in another session. It is accomplished by using appropriate teaching strategies, that we adopt various ways and means lecture, tutorial, assignment, field visit, project work, laboratory exercises. Through these ways and means, we are imparting the teaching to the students, and in turn they are learning, and we are meeting the instructional objectives through these. So it describes various aspects of what the students and teachers will do during the teaching learning process. What is teaching? It is a combination of teacher and student activities supported by best available resources to produce an atmosphere where learning can take place. If we may say that I am a good teacher, my teaching is very good, impressive, whatever it is, but if no learning takes place, it means we are not teaching at all. So we have to keep in mind that our aim is to improve or enhance learning among the students by adopting various strategies, methods, or adopting various means. So what is learning? It is a process of acquiring and integrating various forms of knowledge, skills, and understanding. We all know for the total overall development, we require knowledge, skill, and attitude. And till there is understanding, we don't say that the learning has taken place. Through a systematized process of instruction and organized experience. So that's why we plan our lectures, we give the sequence to our topics so that the learning is enhanced. I read it again. It is a process of acquiring and integrating various forms of knowledge, skills, and understanding through a systematized process of instruction of organized experiences that a learner may use or apply in the latter situation and under conditions different from those what were told at the time of instruction. If he is able to apply these, we say that learning has taken place. So learning is a process of gaining new knowledge or skill. It must include retention of newly acquired capability or behavior so that it can be displayed in the future time. आज उसको पढ़ाया गया, and if he is able to apply at a different situation, then we say that learning has taken place. It can also be defined as relatively permanent change in the behavior of the individual resulting from the experience. So we will say that learning, this is a standardized definition, that relatively permanent change in the behavior of the learner. Feedback. Now we come to the feedback. As we took the example of a classroom situation, we see what is feedback. Feedback is a knowledge of results, is the lifeblood of learning. Without feedback, I think no learning can take place. Feedback is the information fed back to the individuals about the appropriateness of their actions or responses. It is the information which is fed back to the individual students for the appropriateness of their action or responses. It is giving specific information about the person's current behavior in order to help the individual either to continue or modify the behavior. So it is a vital ingredient in the evaluation process. In the evaluation process, it plays a very vital role. Feedback. Feedback is the information that allows the students to check the adequacy of their performance and monitor their learning progress. So while we are teaching, we are also monitoring, we are also evaluating. For what? To know whether they have learned or not. It is given after the students have made a genuine effort to respond to the learning task. Here I want to explain that feedback, what is given after the student or the learner has made an attempt. It is not in between. It is not before. It is once he has tried and he has done the effort, and we see that what is the outcome, whether he has learned or not. Then what we give means what we remark, what we provide the information about his activities, that is called the feedback. Feedback is a part of normal communication process that serves as a regulatory function. In the classroom, any form of communication that attempts to provide information to students about the quantity or quality of their performance in the learning situation is called feedback. The quality or quantity, both are considered in the communication process. What is the purpose of giving the feedback? अच्छा, अब कभी भी ले लेना. Purpose of feedback explains the students what they have done. मतलब it gives clarification, informs or describes. It is through feedback, identifies strengths and weaknesses, it identifies the strength or weakness of an individual, diagnoses, differentiates, or provides remedies. Means through feedback we give the corrections. Helps the students to move forward. It motivates also. If there is a positive feedback, it motivates the students. If it is a negative feedback, it demotivates the students. So we have to be very careful while giving or providing the feedback. Empowers and liberates. In addition, assist in evaluation of the program, monitors, maintains standards. Because through feedback we provide the information about the evaluation, that monitoring of the program, monitoring of the course, monitoring of the subject, and maintain the standard, whether it is up to the mark or not. It is through feedback. Then there are various types of feedback which we use. That is motivational. Goal is to make the learner feel good. Feedback that is intended to encourage and support the learner. Feedback is that it is intended to encourage and support the learner. It does not give guidance on how to improve the learner's reasoning. It is only motivational. It does not guide that how to improve the learner's reasoning. Since it is not intended to move students forward in a learning process, it can be given in summative assessment. You know that there are basically two types of assessment we generally use in our classroom situation. One is formative, other is summative. Formative means during the process, while it is in the process, and summative means at the end for gradation purpose. Evaluative. The goal of this evaluative feedback is to measure student achievement with a score or grade. Feedback that is intended to summarize student achievement. It does not give guidance on how to improve the students' learning. Since it is not intended to move the students forward in the learning process, it can be given descriptive. Goal is to improve students' achievement by telling the learner on how to move forward in the learning process. In the descriptive form, feedback that is intended to tell the learner what needs to be improved, identifying that what is the particular point where he needs improvement. Feedback is not as effective in getting students to move forward in their learning process. So there's a motivational, then there's a evaluative, then there's a descriptive and effective. Goal is to get the students to internalize the effective feedback to use the suggested strategies independently on future work. Feedback that is intended to be used by the learner to independently move their reasoning to the next level. Criteria-based phases are used to describe the strengths and weakness of the learner's work. So to make our feedback effective, so we have to be made on some criteria. Limits feedback to one or two traits aspects of the quality at a time. Well, it is not, we have not to give the general feedback, we have to pinpoint at a particular time. Students should have the opportunity to redo their work based on the effective feedback. Sometimes it is required to redo the exercise, so if it is given at the proper time. Broad classification. The feedback can be positive, intrinsic as well as extrinsic. What is intrinsic feedback? I think you will agree with me that suppose I am assembling a gadget in electronics, and while doing assembly work, something comes to my mind that by doing this way, it may not get faulty, or some intuition will come that it may not be appropriate to do this. That is coming from inside. That is, our mind is giving the feedback. That is called intrinsic. That is coming from within. That is called intrinsic feedback. And what is extrinsic feedback? By outside agencies. जब कोई स्टूडेंट कोई काम करेगा, उसको काम करते कुछ ना कुछ आभास हो जाएगा कि ये मैं गलत कर रहा हूं, तो that is intrinsic feedback coming from within. Similarly, extrinsic means if the another person from outside agency is giving the feedback, we call it as extrinsic. Most of the feedback is given is extrinsic, means from outside agencies. First I come to intrinsic. The proper words are inherent information about the quality of performance that an individual obtains from within during the process of completing the activity. So what is coming from within, that is intrinsic, or what is coming from outside, that is extrinsic. Information supplied about the performance of the individual by other persons, about the appropriateness or accuracy of performance. Because teacher is an observer, guide, motivator, so many adjectives can be attached to the teacher. So what he does, he pinpoints the fault or for the and helps for further improvement. So that is the information or remarks given by the teacher are called feedback, and the form of that is extrinsic feedback. So it has three functions. First is motivation, then another is reinforcement, and other is providing another information. So why we ask question in the classroom? We all ask questions to the students while we are teaching, because it is a two-way process. Check the students' understanding of key points. Check the mastery of basic concepts. We must know whether they are learning or not, at least the basic concepts. Encourage critical thinking. We may pose means थोड़ा सा हटके भी वो सोचें, तो इसलिए उनकी जो critical thinking है, that is enhanced through this way. Stimulate interaction among students as well as between student and instructor. So it also stimulates interaction among students through feedback. Till there are no questions, so both are doing their job. Teacher is teaching, students are listening, but whether learning takes place or not, that is an issue. To tackle that, we do this questioning. Engages the students in verbal interaction. So in this way, this communication, it engages the students in verbal interaction. Suppose we pose a question, he will answer. It means verbal interaction is taking place. Teachers draw out inferences from students, which in turn help students to reflect on relevant concepts. Once the teacher asks different questions or inferences from the students, what you could understand by my earlier session. So if he is able to tell, it means this teacher draws inference whether he has learned or not. In most classroom communication, extrinsic communication passes from teachers to students or from student to teachers. तो ये बताएंगे आप कि स्टूडेंट से जो फीडबैक आएगी उसका फायदा क्या है? MIT मेरठ.
Hello. Yes, sir.
I am telling that there are two types of feedback, from teacher to students and student to teacher. And what is
yes, sir. The feedback that comes from the student tells actually about the understanding of the student and how well we are teaching there, or how well we have discussed the topic.
Very good.
Are we are we succeeded in that, or is there any in our teaching or discussion part? So
thank you very much. I think you are with me, because the next line answers your the same thing. From teacher to inform students about responses. From students to inform teachers about students' reaction to instruction. they are not following, you may adopt another way. So that will come from the students. Another form is knowledge of results. As I already told, that there are tests or examination that from knowledge of results the students will come to know where they are lacking or where there needs any improvement. Both extrinsic feedback and knowledge of results inform students about the accuracy, appropriateness and quality of performance in learning situation. So we are using extrinsic feedback as well as knowledge of results for the improvement of students in our classrooms or in our teaching learning process. Forms of extrinsic feedback, positive and negative. There can be positive feedback, there can be a negative feedback. Positive feedback क्या होती है? Positive feedback is that the students may do in the same direction and excel, and negative feedback to stop him from doing the particular action. Reinforcement and punishment. Intended and non-intended feedback. Evaluative and non-evaluative feedback. These are the various forms of extrinsic feedback. Symbolic, verbal, non-verbal feedback. जैसे एक student is doing, I am not remarking. मैं only अपना face expression से सिर को nod दे देता हूँ. तो इसका मतलब क्या हुआ कि I am giving some feedback through some symbol. Corrective feedback. If feedback is there, if we provide the correctives along with, that will serve the purpose. Evaluation and nature of feedback. Evaluation of students' performance can be formative, summative or both. So we do every day that during the process, during the semester, what we do in between for further improvement, that is called formative, and in case of summative, that is end term examination for the grading purpose. Formative assessment is that takes place during the instruction. Students receive feedback which should be identify their strengths and weaknesses and also help them to develop strategies for improving the performance. So this is given in between. Summative assessment counts towards the final grade or marks. Includes both final examination and formally assessed assignments. Suppose there is a practical examination and there is a viva, and that is called the final assessment. The type and amount of feedback will vary depending upon whether it is formative or summative. So the feedback will vary whether it's a formative or summative. Appropriateness of feedback. Feedback का appropriate होना बहुत जरूरी है. It is not a vague remarks. The feedback should be written and contains structured comments appropriate to the nature of the assignment and the assessment criteria. As you know that we have got the fixed criteria for the assessment, so we have to be very particular while giving the comments. Such comments, whether positive or negative, should provide the basis for improvement and development by the students. So we must keep in mind the improvement as well as the development of the students. The appropriateness of the feedback depends upon what, when and how it is to be provided. This is very important. Appropriateness and at what time it is to be given, when it is to be given and how it is to be given. That we must keep in mind. Before providing feedback, it has to be planned. That's why it is not haphazard, or it is well thought of and planned. Complete a task analysis before organizing a feedback. We must check, assess, then give the feedback. Obtain reliable assessment of students' task performance before giving the feedback. Supply learning materials that contain inherent feedback mechanism. We can give certain learning materials through which the students can judge themselves. What feedback to provide? For quality feedback, vary the type and form of the feedback. Provide unambiguous. Unambiguous means जिसमें जो faulty नहीं है. Ensure that all feedback is accurate. Provide feedback appropriately. For example, different feedback for students. That is, who have passed and who have failed. We have to give different feedback. It is not a common feedback to whole the class. The students who have passed, there's a different feedback, and persons who have failed, there should be different feedback. Ensure balance between positive and negative feedback. It is not always that we are only pinpointing the mistake of the students and remarking and giving derogatory remarks. और जब शाबाशी देने शुरू करेंगे तो शाबाशी देते जाओ. So that will have no meaning. So ensure that there is a balance between the positive and negative feedback. Provide feedback that assists learning. Our aim is to enhance learning or to help learning. Provide feedback accordingly. When to provide feedback? Supply feedback as quickly as possible. That we have to keep in mind. मान लीजिए कि मैंने कोई चीज आज ऑब्जर्व कर ली and I am giving the feedback after 3 days. It has got no meaning. While doing practical, feedback then and there. Give frequent feedback during early stages of learning. It is not only that at the end of the semester you are providing feedback कि आपने ऐसे अच्छा ना किया, वो किया. No. Give feedback when it was required. Early stages of learning, so that no wrong learning takes place. Encourage students to seek feedback and provide a non-threatening environment. Inform students for feedback. Encourage the students to seek feedback and provide a non-threatening environment so that the students are free to provide feedback for the further improvement of teaching learning process. Provide general feedback when group is large. We have to particularize, or we have a subgroups for a particular set of students that you provide feedback that there is a this gap in your learning, so improve on this very issue. And for the another group there can be different feedback, and for the class you can give general feedback. How to provide a feedback? Feedback can be oral or in writing. Written feedback is long lasting because we speak out, some are listening, some are not listening, so impact is less. If it is a written feedback, it will last longer. Give feedback in small groups having similar difficulties. So we must have some groupings and give similar feedback. For similar difficulties we give a particular type of feedback. Be supportive and encouraging. While giving the feedback, our aim is to enhance learning or to improve our teaching learning process. Be supportive and encouraging. That we have to keep in mind. Provide feedback for task and not for personal qualities. किसी बच्चे को, किसी स्टूडेंट को आप रिमार्क्स दे रहे हो, फीडबैक दे रहे हो, that must be based on his task or his activity and not on personal qualities, that you are well dressed, you are looking good. This type of feedback is not required in our teaching learning process. Avoid generic symbols. Don't give general remarks. Begin with positive comment. किसी को भी कोई फीडबैक देनी है, किसी को इम्प्रूव करना है, पहले उसका पॉजिटिव पॉइंट जो है वो ढूंढो. वो देने के बाद सेकंड जो बात हमने कहनी है फॉर फर्दर इम्प्रूवमेंट, वो कहनी. बिगिन विद पॉजिटिव कमेंट. गलती तो हम एकदम से पॉइंट आउट कर देंगे, बट वी हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल इन गिविंग द फीडबैक, क्योंकि दिस इज वेरी एसेंशियल. क्योंकि जो जनरल बिहेवियर में हमारी ऑब्जर्वेशन क्या आई है, we have to visit number of engineering colleges, institutes, universities and polytechnics also. We observe the teachers. They are quite casual in feedback. So that's why we took up this topic, that we must be well aware about these things and conscious. It is not a haphazard or a vague effort. It is a very particular scientific, that we have to give and provide feedback, genuine feedback. Use general feedback sheet as you are doing in some of the institutions. Give constructive information about strength and weakness. हमारा जो भी remarks होगा, that will last longer, because student is very particular in getting the remarks, and the remarks will engrave on his mind. So we must be very particular in while giving the remarks. If we have to give the weaknesses of a particular person, take him to isolation, and in a way that he is not feel offended and you can say downgraded, and then provide the feedback. He is not even demotivated. Provide suggestions for improvement. Then I have summarized some guidelines for feedback. That is, be descriptive rather than evaluative. Explain करो. Be in a way of offering help, corrective mechanism. उनकी help करनी है हमने students की through feedback. Ensure clear communication. Restate feedback for better understanding. We can restate our comments and ensure that what you intend to pass it on, that is reached to the students. Ensure clear communication. Be solicited rather than imposed. Feedback is most powerful when requested. Be specific and performance based, based on observable behavior. Be well timed. The feedback is to be given at a right time. पहले या पीछे देने का इसका फायदा नहीं होगा. Provide immediate feedback. That is the right way. Provide immediate feedback. Balance negative and positive comments. Positive comments for confidence. Be specific rather than general. Avoid general comments indicating value judgment. So we have to be very specific while giving the comments. Take care the needs of both receiver and the giver of the input. Feedback should ensure sharing of information. Our aim is that we are sharing the information better for both. That is the aim. It is good for the teachers also, and good for the students also, and good for the teaching learning process also. Not overload the students. इतनी ज़्यादा feedback मत दो कि student under pressure हो जाए. Try to be brief. Be private. Should not be given in public, especially when it is negative. Suppose some negative or some negative comments are to be given to a particular student or the group of students. These should be given in private, not in public, not in the whole class. Call them to your chamber or your room and give them the right feedback. Convincing feedback rather. Be a part of regular teaching process. And feedback is not only one time or two times or during the semester. No, it has to be a regular part of our teaching learning. Role of ICT. As you know that as you are connected, it is through ICT. So it is also playing a vital role in today's situation. Numerous software packages which allow students to assess their own progress in the subject are now available. Various software packages are available for this. Another role of ICT in feedback can be delivering information by email or web. I may add over here, in some of the organizations. Nearby, there's one Chitkara University, and a student was admitted in that very institution. Their procedure is that they are giving the regular feedback of the student to the parents. They charge some amount extra from the student in the along with the fees, and what they do, right from the attendance to the assignment or the quiz or any information which has been done during the day, it is sent back through web or email to the parents by the evening. So it is possible through ICT. Individual feedback should be delivered in person. Suppose there is some confidential or some related to a particular person, that must be delivered in person. Quality concerns in the feedback. We must be quality conscious also in the feedback. Criteria for assessment. Mode of communication of assessment results. हमने उनको उनका रिजल्ट बताना है. How you will be telling? रिजल्ट तो पता लग ही जाएगा, but how you communicate, that matters. Format of assessment feedback. That's why we prepare some assessment sheets or feedback sheets. Extent of assessment feedback. To what extent we are providing the feedback. Time frame for submission of assessed work and provision of feedback. Suppose some assignment is given to the students. There must be time frame that by this date you must submit your assignments, and after getting the assignment in a limited time period, say 2 days, 3 days, maximum 1 week, those must be returned with proper assessment and remarks. That is the quality concern about the feedback. It is not कि assignment भाई उधर रख दो, पड़ी है, और semester end में marks लग रहे हैं, उसका basis कुछ और ही है. That should not be there. Feedback का purpose क्या है कि they will improve upon the assignment they have submitted. Now I come to the what is actually happening in our organizations. There are various role models available or everywhere of the teachers. We generally talk about the appropriate, but I am talking about the inappropriate role models. First is negligent supporter. Another is negative contributor. Third is dilatory grader. Fourth one is feckless diagnosticians. So I have categorized the inappropriate role models into 4 categories: negligent supporter, negative contributor, dilatory grader. तो हम पहले को देखते हैं, negligent supporter. What we mean by this? They are usually competent in their subject matter. देखिए, teacher is very intelligent, very capable in their subject matter. पर होता क्या है? Neglect to give the students feedback. वो अपना आएंगे क्लास में, अच्छे से पढ़ाएंगे और चुपचाप चले जाएंगे. किसी स्टूडेंट को कोई फीडबैक नहीं देंगे. भाई पढ़ना ना पढ़ना ये आपकी जिम्मेवारी, मेरा काम था पढ़ाना. Fail to check whether the students have understood the lesson or not. कई क्लासरूम हमें इंस्पेक्ट करने का मौका मिला. We found that teachers is very good, capable, good personality, good handwriting, good communication, but he is concerned with his teaching only. Coming in time, leaving at a time, giving the right assignment, every quality is there, but only point is different, that about the feedback. He will not ask the student whether they have learned or not. So quality of student learning goes poor. जब उसने जज ही नहीं किया कि भाई उसकी लर्निंग बच्चों की हुई है कि नहीं हुई, तो how we can say that he is a good teacher? So we must be careful. Second is negative contributor. Often assiduous. हमेशा तैयार बैठा है कमेंट देने के लिए. Is diligent and ready to give feedback but always negative kind. हमेशा नेगेटिव. उसको आके क्लास में कोई लड़का किसी किस्म की कोई शरारत कर देता है, शोर मचा देता है या कोई और बात करता है, ही विल अपना भाषण शुरू कर देगा. तो नतीजा क्या होगा? द होल टाइम ऑफ टीचिंग विल elapse. तो ना स्टूडेंट को कुछ मिला और टीचर परटर्ब होके चला गया. तो इसको हम बोलते हैं नेगेटिव कंट्रीब्यूटर, कि सब कुछ होते हुए डिलीजेंट, पर वो फीडबैक, जरा सी कोई बात हुई, he will provide the feedback which is negative in nature. Spend a lot of time in telling errors. तो present difficult subject matter. तो ऐसे टीचर कुछ और भी करते हैं. ऐसा सब्जेक्ट दे देंगे, ऐसी असाइनमेंट दे देंगे जिसका आंसर बच्चों को नहीं पता लगेगा. कि आप ऐसे काबू नहीं आते, मैं आपको ये ऐसे कर देता हूं. अच्छा जी, आपका परसों क्विज होगा, पढ़ाया है नहीं, तो क्विज कैसे देंगे? यदि पूछेंगे कि सर कौन सी किताब में से, कहता है आई विल नॉट टेल, क्योंकि ही इज पर्टर्ड थ्रू द बिहेवियर ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स. तो जो ये नेगेटिव कंट्रीब्यूटर हैं टुवर्ड्स फीडबैक, दे मस्ट चेंज. तो स्टूडेंट, इससे क्या होगा कि जब व्हेन देयर इज ए गुड अमाउंट ऑफ नेगेटिव फीडबैक, द स्टूडेंट्स विल गेट demotivated, and if there is no motivation, I think there is no real teaching learning. At least there will be least learning. So first we have to motivate the students so that they may learn. So these teachers should learn to give balanced feedback, positive and feedback. तो इन teachers के लिए requirement क्या है कि they must give the negative and positive feedback in a balanced manner. Dilatory graders. Teachers are slow in marking and returning the assignments. तो ये आपने शायद, आप भी जब स्टूडेंट थे तो आपने देखा होगा कि टीचर्स असाइनमेंट देते हैं और जब असाइनमेंट बच्चे कर लेते हैं तो कहते हैं भी अच्छा ले आओ और रख दो. कोई आज दे रहा है, कोई परसों दे रहा है, कोई 4 दिन में दे रहा है, कोई 10 दिन में दे रहा है. दे आर लीस्ट बॉदर्ड. क्यों? उन्होंने चेक तो करनी नहीं. जब चेक नहीं करनी तो असाइनमेंट देने का फायदा क्या हुआ? वो जैसे कहते हैं खाना पूर्ति, कि भाई इट वाज द जॉब टू बी डन, आई हैव डन, बट द वेरी पर्पस इज लॉस्ट. तो उससे क्या होता है? स्टूडेंट्स हैव टू वेट फॉर द नॉलेज ऑफ रिजल्ट्स, कि मैंने असाइनमेंट दी थी, उसका आपका क्या रिस्पॉन्स है, क्या रिमार्क्स हैं उसके ऊपर, मैंने ठीक किया, गलत किया, कुछ भी नहीं पता लगता. तो उनकी लर्निंग भी नहीं होती. मैंने गलत किया, ठीक किया, कुछ नहीं पता. Grades and comments they give are of little help to students. जब वो ग्रेड देंगे आखिर में जाके कि हाँ भी असाइनमेंट दी थी, 2 दी थी, ठीक है जी 8/10 लगा दिया, उसका कोई फायदा नहीं, क्योंकि उसकी इंप्रूवमेंट तो हुई नहीं. मार्क्स लगे, दैट्स अ डिफरेंट. अच्छा, यदि कम लगे तो कोई चेक नहीं. सो इट इज बेटर टू गिव द असाइनमेंट बैक और गिव देम द नॉलेज ऑफ रिजल्ट्स एट द प्रॉपर टाइम. Unable to take advantage of feedback and very purpose of feedback is lost. तो जो advantages हैं feedback के वो नहीं हो पाते, rather the very purpose of feedback is lost if they are not giving in time. Feckless diagnosticians. Feckless means weak, जिसको बोलते हैं spiritless, भी जान नहीं है इनमें. Teachers who have inadequate knowledge of students' learning problems. As a teacher, our foremost duty is to know our students. We must know their learning styles. We must know how the students learn and what are their problems in learning. If the teacher who is well conversant with these things, I think he is a better teacher in comparison to the other teacher. So we must know the students' learning problems and if we don't know, we cannot provide the feedback for gaps. Fail to diagnose gaps in student learning. Unable to provide correctives. So if they are not knowing the gaps and accordingly they are unable to provide correctives, they are reluctant to modify their teaching styles. और इनमें एक और बड़ी क्वालिटी है या डिसक्वालिटी है कि ये अपने आप को या अपने टीचिंग स्टाइल को चेंज करने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, रिजिड है. तो these type of models are available in our teaching learning setup, and I'll request you that suggest you that having this very information with you, if there is any gap, we can improve upon. So reluctant to modify their teaching styles, they need to employ modified methods. So this is very much important. So we have discussed about the concept of feedback, types of feedback, evaluation and nature of feedback, appropriateness of feedback, what, when and how, guidelines for giving appropriate feedback, who provides feedback, role of ICT in providing the feedback, quality concerns in feedback. So these were the small subtopics of this very presentation. तो कहते जी हमने काफी कुछ सुन लिया. तो to sum up, feedback forms an integral part of effective instructional process. So that's why it is very much important. Feedback is two-way process. Teacher is giving feedback, student is giving feedback. Teacher is giving feedback for enhancing the learning of students. Student is giving feedback to teachers for improving the teaching learning process, means instructional process. कि सर हमें ऐसे समझ में नहीं आता, इसको किसी और तरीके से कराओ. और कई बार क्या होता है कि टीचर को किसी through feedback he comes to know that learning has not taken place. What he can do? He can provide the tips for that, and in some cases he has to redo the thing. वो दोबारा वो सेशन ले लेगा so that the concepts are clear. It can be positive and negative. So feedback can be positive and negative. So we must strike a balance between the two, that it is not only negative feedback we are giving, because we have to ultimately motivate the students. Enables the providing corrective measures. So accordingly, we provide the corrective measures. These are to be given at a proper time. It is not that the time is over and we are giving the feedback. The correctives किसको बोलते हैं? Correctives are the instructional procedures intended to rectify errors. जो error हैं उनको rectify करने के लिए in response and inadequacy of learning. जो हमारी inadequacy of learning student में रह जाती हैं उनको improve करने के लिए we provide the corrective measures. So correctives include a variety of procedures. Correctives are needed in classes where there is wide range of individual differences. कई classes ऐसी होती हैं there is a heterogeneity of students of background, socio-economic status, gender. There can be personality differences. So accordingly, we have to provide the correctives. So when to use correctives? Correctives कब लगाए जाएं? Correctives should be included as an integral part of the normal process of instruction. जैसे आपने बताया कि हमारे परफॉर्मा बने हुए, through that we get the feedback and we provide the feedback. सारी क्लास को भी फीडबैक दी जा सकती है और इन द मिड सेशन भी दी जा सकती है, मिडल ऑफ द लेक्चर भी दिया जा सकता है. मे स्टार्ट विद करेक्टिव्स इंस्ट्रक्शन इफ देयर इज प्रॉब्लम इन द प्रीवियस सेशन. अच्छा, हम शुरू में भी फीडबैक दे सकते हैं. मान लीजिए कि मैंने आज सेशन शुरू करना है, आई विल आस्क अबाउट द प्रीवियस सेशन. इफ देयर हैड बीन एनी डिफिकल्टी and we got the feedback, so we will provide the information or correctives before the start of the next session. So that is, correctives can be in the middle, in the end, or in the start of the session also. Corrective instruction should be woven into fabric of normal teaching. It should be part and parcel of our teaching learning process. We must keep in mind. Without feedback, I think teaching is not complete. It enables the receiver to recognize what they will do well if so they can continue doing it. It means कि suppose we provide the feedback, what action or in what way the students are going, they will move ahead with a positive feedback. If there are corrections, they will stop doing the particular activity or showing the particular behavior. Feedback enables the receiver to understand whether one needs to develop and change. So it helps to change. Gives us evidence of our performance and effectiveness in communication. So through feedback, effectiveness of communication also comes forward, and our performance. It is an evidence. Enables us to build up a picture of how others see us and how we affect others. Vital ingredient in the evaluation process. So it's a very vital ingredient of evaluation process. It is through feedback. Quality concerns in feedback requires accurate analysis of performance, timing of feedback, matching feedback with the needs of the students. So it is timely, matching with the requirement, constructive and not destructive. The aim of feedback has to be constructive and not destructive. Requirement of improving teacher's style of giving proper feedback if required. तो एक क्वेश्चन आता है कि भी फीडबैक का कोई फायदा है, डज फीडबैक वर्क? तो इसके लिए एक रिसर्च हुई, आंसर इज यस. तो इन लोगों ने ब्लैक एंड विलियम ने एक एनालिसिस किया 250 स्टूडेंट्स से का. तो उन्होंने फॉर्मेटिव असेसमेंट विद फीडबैक, तो उसमें क्या जवाब आया? फीडबैक रिजल्टेड इन पॉजिटिव बेनिफिट्स ऑन लर्निंग. तो ये रिसर्च बेस्ड है, रिसर्च ने भी ये प्रूव किया. दिस इज वन एग्जांपल, देयर आर मेनी अदर एग्जांपल्स आल्सो दैट फीडबैक हेल्प्स इन आवर टीचिंग लर्निंग एंड फॉर एनहांसिंग द लर्निंग, और level of education also improves. Any question?
Yes, sir. There is one query from GWPC, Sangane.
हाँ जी बोलिए.
So kindly state the difference between intrinsic and extrinsic feedback once again.
Okay. So ma'am, I told you that intrinsic means from within. मैं कोई एक्टिविटी करता हूं तो मुझे भी पता लगता है कि भाई मैं ये ठीक कर रहा हूं या नहीं कर रहा. मैंने जैसे एग्जांपल ली एक असेंबली की. While assembling, my mind says that by doing in a particular way, I may not reach to the end product. So that is the information or feedback is coming from within. हम घर में कोई खाना बनाते हैं तो हम क्या करते हैं कि उसमें जो इंग्रेडिएंट्स डालते हैं, तो डालने के वक्त हमें पहले से यह आभास हो जाता है कि प्रोबेबली नमक ज़्यादा डल गया या मिर्च ज़्यादा डल गई. तो हमें कोई बताएगा तो वो तो टेस्ट करने के बाद बताएगा ना. जो बाद में बताएगा दैट इज एक्सट्रिंसिक. इंट्रिंसिक मीन्स कि हमें अपने आप से ही पता लग जाता है कि इसमें ये कमी रह गई है या इसमें ये इम्प्रूवमेंट चाहिए थे. दैट इज इंट्रिंसिक. एक्सट्रिंसिक मीन्स outside agencies are telling to us, that teachers are telling, environment is telling, or other peers are telling, students are telling, parents are telling. That is extrinsic. So this is the basic difference between the two.
So which one is more effective?
Both are effective. While we are doing ourselves, we come to know, but there are certain things which we do not know. We don't have the capability. Others will tell. So that is extrinsic.
Thanks.
Sir,
Okay.
sir,
Yes.
I would like to add one more point or one dimension actually.
Please add.
In this intrinsic and extrinsic feedback, like what I understood, intrinsic feedback can be in that situation where we are taking the help of any recorded lecture and we are just viewing it. So nobody is telling us or nobody is correcting us or asking us what we have understood. So we ourselves have to come up with the feedback, like what we understood.
Your mind is telling to you.
Yes, sir.
No external agency is telling to you.
But in case of classroom lectures or in regular teaching learning sessions we have in our colleges or schools, so there the extrinsic feedback actually works.
You are right. So the last word towards this presentation is the most powerful single modification that enhances achievement is feedback. So our aim is achievement. Achievement in the sense learning of students. The simplest prescription for improving education must be dollops of feedback. कि हम कितनी feedback use करते हैं. So that is the focus, that feedback has to be a part of our teaching learning process. Okay, this was I was to share with you. अब मेरे पास तो स्वाइस हैक्स के कुछ और बचा नहीं. So any question?
Sir,
Yes, please.
from MIT I would like to ask one question, sir. Sir, you said about written and oral feedback.
Okay.
And you said that written feedback is good over that oral feedback. But once you say feedback, I would add that in classroom teaching learning process, we used to use the word discussion. Like I never say that I am here to teach something or I am here to deliver something, some lecture on this. So we used to say that we are here to discuss something or we are going to discuss some topic there. So once we say discussion, then both the parties have to equally involve in that discussion, and from this point the feedback starts. Like once we involve a student and the entire crowd in front of us, then it's an open discussion and we are getting the feedback as well.
Okay.
So this is the one mode of getting the feedback, and I think whosoever is not in line with us, so we can reach to that particular individual or student, and we will try to raise him from the point of his or her own understanding of the matter. So there I see that at this point I see that oral feedback is giving us helping us more, and once it comes to written feedback, correct me if I'm wrong, that written feedback is something in the form of rubric sheet that ma'am has told earlier, like where the student stands and what is its another form of evaluation, say. So that can happen only at the end of semester or during the formative assessment that we usually have during the classroom lecture or at the end of semester. So written statement or written feedback do really help us a lot over the oral feedback?
First of all, I'll congratulate you that you could understood well this topic. The thing is,
thank you, sir.
You are in the classroom. You have to provide the immediate feedback. Immediate feedback is generally oral. So while you are discussing or providing the feedback, that is oral.
Yes, sir.
So you are.
It's a kind of oral feedback actually.
Yes, yes. It has to be oral because it is quite immediate. You cannot wait for the comment that you will give in writing and pass it on. Writing means, suppose he has given some assignment or some examination paper or some test. If you give comments that is in the written form, that will last longer. Suppose you tell, okay, you have done well. What does that mean? It has got no meaning. Suppose you say that you scored 17 out of 20. इससे नहीं मीनिंग पता लगेगा. उसको पता कब लगेगा? When you add to this some language.
Okay, it is a kind of reward, like physical evidence of the proof of ability.
Also and punishment also.
Punishment also.
Yes. Suppose you want to improve upon the behavior of somebody, and if you provide feedback, so naturally, what उसकी मतलब कि उसके जो उस बिहेवियर को इम्प्रूव कर देगी. अच्छा मान लीजिए, नहीं मैं एक एग्जांपल लेता हूँ. स्टूडेंट क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं आपसे और टीचर उसकी प्रेज करता है, तो स्टूडेंट दोबारा क्वेश्चन पूछने की हिम्मत करेगा ना?
यस सर.
अच्छा, अब दूसरे केस में क्या है कि यदि टाइमली सबमिशन किया किसी ने अपनी असाइनमेंट, तो टीचर जो है वो क्लास में क्रिटिसाइज करना छोड़ देगा.
यस सर.
क्योंकि आप तो हमेशा लेट देते हो. यदि वो सबमिशन राइट टाइम पे देता है तो क्या होगा कि वो क्रिटिसिज्म छोड़ देगा. इससे क्या हुआ कि स्टूडेंट सबमिट दी असाइनमेंट मोर इन टाइम. तो ये क्या था, नेगेटिव फीडबैक का फायदा हो गया. रीइंफोर्समेंट जो नेगेटिव आपने दी, तो पनिशमेंट में क्या होता है, जो स्टूडेंट है वो इंटरप्ट करता है क्लास में. उसकी हैबिट है कि क्लास को डिस्टर्ब करना है उसने. तो क्या करेगा कि टीचर उसको वर्बली स्कोल्ड करता है सबके बीच में, तो स्टूडेंट स्टॉप्स इंटरप्टिंग. तो ये उसके लिए पनिशमेंट होगी, स्कोल्डिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ द होल क्लास. तो हमें ये नेगेटिव पॉजिटिव जो ये रीइंफोर्समेंट है, पनिशमेंट है, इनको बैलेंस करके चलना पड़ता है कि फीडबैक इज नॉट ओनली दैट इट्स बाय कस्टमरी दैट वी हैव टू गिव फीडबैक. आवर पर्पस इज दैट द क्लासरूम मैनेजमेंट इज परफेक्ट, टीचिंग लर्निंग प्रोसेस इज स्मूथ and learning is enhanced. So main focus of our teaching learning process is to enhance learning by all means. So that's why feedback and correctives play a very vital and important role. Okay?
Okay. Now I got it, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, ji.
Hello.
Yes, please.
I want to ask a question. I am from MIT Meerut.
Okay.
My question is, you just referred to the feedback and the delivery process in the education system. Right. You also referred to classroom management now. So I would like to ask you, what should be the working size of a classroom? Because the major problem is, if a class is packed with say 60, 70 students, I think the job of the teacher is reduced to being the policeman, most of the time in the class sometimes, especially where undergraduate courses are being run. So is the system addressing this problem which the teacher has to face almost daily? What should be the size of the class? Working size.
Yeah. Size is, if it is for the professional classes, it has to be 20-25 ideal, and it enhanced to 40 in about 15 years back. But now the scenario is that the class size is 60, 70, 90, 120 or even more. So it is very difficult to manage.
So sir, how can we manage the feedback and personal attention to
that
this is a real situation.
Actually, the thing is, we have not to snub the students while they are asking questions. What we do that while we are delivering the lecture or giving our talk, we must stop in between to check whether they are in line with you or not. It is not like that. It is only one way that you are delivering and whether they are getting or not. That should not be the aim. Feedback provides the way that you come to know whether they have understood the particular concepts or what you intended to do justice in teaching, whether they are acquiring or not. That is our purpose. It is not only on the part of the teacher that I am to hold 120 students and I am to deliver only. I will not allow them to speak. Sometime, but it is not because once you start question answering, it will take lot of time. That will be elapsed and we will not be able to cover our syllabus also. But in such situations, we can find various pauses, either in between or at the end of your session. You must keep some time that you must ask questions and you must get the feedback. That is the requirement.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yes, I am Vishant Kumar Gupta from IMS. My question regarding feedback of taken from students of class.
Anji.
My question is that there are two types of feedback. One is taken by teacher of class from student, and second one is taken by college level.
By?
Then what is which type of feedback is
नहीं
honest?
इसको दोबारा बोलिएगा, सुनाई नहीं दिया ठीक से, दोबारा बोलिएगा.
Yes, sir. Sir, my question is feedback. First type of feedback is that taken by faculty itself from the students of class.
Okay.
And second one is taken by college level. One is honest.
Okay.
And which one is the best for student point of view?
देखिए जो ये फीडबैक सिस्टम बनाया गया है, इट इज बेटर फॉर बोथ, क्योंकि कॉलेज भी तो ट्रैक रखेगा कि व्हाट द स्टूडेंट्स आर, क्योंकि स्टूडेंट की अपनी एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं. द कॉलेज जो आपसे फीडबैक लेगा स्टूडेंट से, दे विल कम टू नो अबाउट द टीचिंग लर्निंग प्रोसेस, वेदर दे आर एक्सेप्टिंग देयर टीचर्स और नॉट. तो यदि आपने जो टीचर की फीडबैक है, दैट इज फॉर द इम्प्रूवमेंट ऑफ लर्निंग ओनली. व्हाट टॉपिक द टीचर इज डीलिंग,
उसमें डिफरेंस क्यों आता है?
इसमें डिफरेंस कैसे आएगा?
दोनों फीडबैक डिफरेंस आता है ना, जैसे टीचर अपना खुद से फीडबैक लेता है तो उसमें उसको अच्छा फीडबैक मिलता है. यदि वो फीडबैक ले तो ये टीचर को अपनी कमियां पता लग जाएगा तो वो उसको चेंज कर सकता है और ही कैन टीच बेटर.
वो तो ऐसा है,
बट एट द एंड ऑफ द सेमेस्टर व्हेन कॉलेज विल टेक फीडबैक,
यदि आपके कॉलेज का एनवायरनमेंट आपस में जो बिहेवियर है, जो पर्सनल आपका रेपो है बहुत अच्छा है, तो वो डिफरेंस कम हो जाएगा. बट स्टिल डिफरेंस विल बी देयर, क्योंकि जो ह्यूमन माइंड है उसका कुछ नहीं कह सकते कि वो किस समय क्या प्रिवेल करेगा उसमें. क्योंकि हमने भी यहाँ पे ट्राई किया था कि एमटेक स्टूडेंट्स को जब बोल देते हैं कि भाई अपना फीडबैक दो, सामने तो बोलेंगे जी बहुत अच्छा है, जब लिख के कोई फीडबैक कॉलेज को जाएगा वो डिफरेंट करेंगे. तो ये ह्यूमन बिहेवियर का ये एक प्रॉब्लम है. यदि ऑब्जेक्टिव फीडबैक देंगे तो दैट विल बी यूटिलाइज फॉर द फर्दर इम्प्रूवमेंट ऑफ टीचिंग लर्निंग प्रोसेस. तो इसको कंट्रोल किया जा सकता है. We may devise such a performer which gives the right feedback. तो उसमें कोई डर नहीं होना चाहिए. Feedback is for the improvement only. There is no coercing effect from the college side.
Sir, next session will be on 2 o'clock.
Yes, I think you have called some person expert in the panel discussion.
Yes, sir. We already invited one of our very senior professor. So
Okay.
that's why I'm asking. At 2 o'clock, sir?
हाँ 2 o'clock.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So thank you. तो मैं कहा सबको भूख लगी लगती है.
उनके
So, good afternoon, dear friends.
Good afternoon, sirs, and good afternoon, ma'am.
Hanji, we have already given you one assignment for inviting one senior most professor or expert for participating in the panel discussion. So we are going to hold panel discussion on the theme changes needed in the examination system, both the internal as well as the end semester examination. So may I know who is going to start with? So 10 minutes for each speaker will be given. They may give their own viewpoints about changes needed in examination system. Yes? Abhishek Polytechnic. Are you ready?
हेलो
हाँ जी
हेलो
हाँ जी प्लीज
हेलो सर विदिन 10 मिनट्स हेलो सर
हाँ जी
विदिन 10 मिनट्स
हाँ जी
हेलो
हाँ जी
विदिन 10 मिनट्स
ओके सो Merit Institute of Engineering and Technology, Merit.
Yes, sir.
Please, you request your speaker to give the viewpoints of your institution about changes needed in examination system.
Okay, sir. Sir, I want to welcome Dr. Ajay Sharma, Head of Biotechnology Department. Sir.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ji.
So there are certain suggestions at the level of internal, that means the sessional, and at the level of the university, which are being taken by the university. To start or to improve our evaluation system, the syllabus should be first defined properly. Like for example, the syllabus design should be more objective and specific about the topics to be taught. At times we have seen in the syllabus, there are terms which are very generalized and do not mean anything. So there is difficulty in forming questions from that syllabus. So one syllabus should be very specific and related to the subject only. Then it should be kept in mind that teacher of the same subject should not be assigned duty in the exam. This is during the invigilation. We have seen that if the teachers of the same subject, those who have taught the same subject, are being assigned the duty in the same hall, then there may be some biasness that may be involved. The teacher might help the students. Likewise, the teacher from the same department should not be there. Like for example, if a subject like automata is there, and then the computer science faculty should be avoided to remain as an invigilator in that hall. It's a suggestion from our side. Then likewise, while setting the question papers, more weightage should be given, or proper weightage should be given for application based questions.
Please proceed. Continue.
Particularly in this context, the revised Bloom's taxonomy may be considered in while developing the question papers or while preparing the question papers. Then questions should not be repetitive while preparing the question papers. We have seen that many of the phrases remain the same, and the different phrases are used to sort after the same answer in the question papers. We have seen a little bit of such kind things in our university. Then while setting the question papers, there must be proper paper setting in terms of modernization and in terms of the selection of the paper, and it should be done only by the teacher who has actually taught the subject, because we have seen many of the times that the syllabus does not, the question paper does not truly reflect whatever the content as given in the syllabus. So it must be actually done by the subject expert and not by someone who is a jack of all. Then proper distribution of marks for questions and ambiguity should be removed. Like we have seen sometimes that in some of the syllabus, for some of the units, the marks are allocated more, whereas in some other questions, in some other units, there are no questions asked from those units. So those ambiguities should be removed, should not have been there, and the proper distribution of the question paper must have been there. In our opinion from MIT, as I have also discussed with my all the participants of this workshop, we are suggesting that there must be an end semester examination, which is very much necessary, and the question paper for that should be should cover the entire course. Questions should be such that only just a moment, sir. Questions should be such that only a well-read learner can answer. Like because in our examination system, some of the questions should be attempted by most of the persons, most of the students, while some of the questions should only be attempted by those who have learned that subject well. Non-academic considerations like students' failure should be firmly tackled by the university, because it always remain a pressure from the university to pass most of the students, and then at the same time we need to maintain the academic standards of our university as well as of institute. So there is we need to balance out those things and remove the frictions in that. The proportion of the internal assessment, in our opinion, can be reduced to up to only 30%. Whereas the rest of the proportion should be given to the end semester evaluation. Those faculty members who are going to design the question papers should be given proper or sufficient time. At times we have seen that only with just 1 day or 2 days before the notice or the verbal information comes that one has to design the question paper of so and so, and there is pressure that you have to give that question paper right by the morning or a day after. So in those times then proper question paper might not be designed by the paper setter. Then remuneration must also be provided for setting or designing the university question papers. That is what we feel could be one of the factor which may improve the quality of designing the question papers. Timely corrections in the question papers should be made by the university. Sometimes we have seen that during the designing of the question papers there may be some faults at the level of the language level, or maybe technical issues related with certain questions. So those should be properly sorted out right at the either before the examination or right at in the first half an hour of the examination, because otherwise what we have seen that in some of the examination centers the information reached only by the very last minutes, or sometimes very less time is given to the students in order to comply with the requirements of that question. Likewise, sir, expert of particular subjects must review the question paper so that changes must be either undone or wastage of student time could be ignored in the examination hall. The same point in terms. Now, questions should be based more on applications, and questions in the question paper must be checked by multiple faculties, or if not say multiple faculty, we must include and ensure that different levels of experts must be involved while sorting out and finally framing the question papers. Because at times if there is any problem in the design of the question paper at one level, then that could be sorted or that can be cleared out by the experts at the next level. And one more suggestion is that question paper should cover all the learning outcomes of the subject, whatever the objectives, outcomes of that subjects are there, they must be properly aligned while framing the question papers. In our MIET, we are following sessional systems where we have one or two sessionals there in one semester, and otherwise we are also following the class tests are also regularly being taken in the classes along with the quizzes, and formative assessment is carried out in that manner. The summative one is done at the end of the semester. That is all. If you have any further query, then you would like to explain that. Thank you very much.
Sharma ji, you have very well elaborated the changes needed in the examination system, both in the internal and the external, and you have rightly suggested that the syllabus of the this technical system should be made more specific, so that both the examiner as well as the teacher must know to what depth the topic has to be dealt in the classroom as well as in the question paper. And secondly, that subject teacher should be involved for setting of question paper, and the questions should not be repeated year after year. And another you have suggested is that question paper should be from whole syllabus, and higher than application should get more weightage in the question paper, you have suggested. And one more thing is that the pressure of university, as you have suggested. Now, what is your institution role about the suggestion which you have given to the university? Because university will come to know only once you send these recommendations to the university in regard to making the syllabus more specific, and setting question paper by the teacher who has taught the subject for a number of years, and putting higher than application questions, or you, as you have suggested, that there should be 20% weightage for the difficult question which only the gifted students can attempt. 20% should be very you can say simple question, and 60% should target the average you can say students. So what is your institution's role in this regard? Have you sent any recommendation or have you sent any instruction to the university?
Yes, sir. Sir, with respect to the syllabus, many of the faculty members at the head or the dean level, they are part of the BOS of different department, different subjects. They regularly give their feedbacks during the meetings whenever.
No, you must send one report in writing, quoting the this particular course you can quote that we
Sir,
have.
what we generally Sir, what we generally do is, like for example, as an head of the department, one collects all the information and all the feedback from the different faculty members. That whole is compiled, and from that department, the member particular who is a member of that BOS, he is being given that whole information as a bunch in written, and that they present in the BOS meeting. This is what we generally do as far as the syllabus is concerned.
Okay.
As far as improving the syllabus content.
Okay.
And with respect to the question paper setting, sir, as we have mentioned here that at times we have been asked very lately that you need to prepare the question papers. Of course, we take care in during that times that all the senior faculty members and particularly those who are experts in those areas should only prepare or set that question paper. But otherwise, all those things have been communicated to the university through at the director level. Our director regularly communicates with the university, not at during the verbal communication or through the email, but in times of meeting, whenever he finds time and have an interaction with the university officials or with the VC sir, then he used to point out these difficulties in written. But otherwise, many of the times in verbal communication, this has been let known to the university officials.
Okay, and you have suggested two more points which can be tackled at your college level. One is that subject teacher or the department teacher should not be involved in the conduct of examining. That is, they should not be given the invigilation duty. So I think that you can carry out at the institute level. There is
Yes,
no
sir.
nothing that university assigns some duty to the teacher. Okay, and in
Yes, sir.
regard to evaluation of answer sheet by number of faculty, it's a good suggestion. Say a question paper contains 8 questions, so a set of 4 teachers can evaluate one answer sheet. Table marking can be arranged that first teacher will mark first and second question, second teacher would mark third and fourth question, and third teacher fifth and sixth, and likewise 7 and 8. So in this way, 4 teachers can be involved, and they can very well evaluate the answer sheet. I think this can also
Sir,
be.
may I suggest one more, sir, in this regard?
Anji, Anji.
To further the evaluation process, proper time must be given for evaluation work, because at times we have seen the evaluation work is going on simultaneously, and the faculty members are required to be involved in other activities simultaneously when remain in the same institute. So at times it becomes difficult for a faculty member to really truly examine those copies.
You are right. So that you can take up with your management. So okay, thank you very much, Ajay ji. So you have very well elaborated the changes needed in the examination system. Now,
thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ji. Now we move to another institution. Who is ready?
Sir,
So this is not engineering college.
Anji?
We are pleased Professor Dr. G. Govind, who will be there.
and R&D and POE for the.
Please, one at a time.
Hello, sir, is it audible? This is Government Engineering College. Hello, is it audible, sir?
Government Engineering
Northern Engineering College. Northern Engineering College is audible, sir?
Northern India Engineering College.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are pleased to introduce our honorable director, Professor Dr. G. Govind, who will be there with you for the session, sir.
Okay, ji.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm Dr. G. P. Govind, Director of the Institute. Well, I really thank you to bring such a issue which affects all of us, because as far as we see the quality of the students, then there is a need of the hour that our questions, our students should be evaluated properly. What I would like to say is, with the scenario changing, in the question paper, there should be at least one question which should be project based. What does it mean is, I am a mechanical person, suppose there is a COM, DOM or any of the subject, then in that the teacher should make a question which encompasses all the 5 questions or 8 questions and have project based like that. Something should come out. Means it should be, the student should be made to think on those lines.
Please.
So any one question at least, 10 marks or 20 marks, should be in such a way that which creates a which tries to find out the creativity in the student actually. Okay, and for that the teachers also should be trained in that fashion so that they can guide the students in the classes. And hence, if this exercise is being done, then at least, otherwise what happens is the students are doing the rote examination. What does it mean is that 5 questions they will just mug up, come to the examination, write it, and then pass, whether it is 50%, 70%, 80%. But at least if this 20 marks the question is given in such a way which can find out the creativity in the student, that will be much better, whether it is internal examination or external examination. This is my suggestion.
So any other member of your institution who would like to give more points? Any other member who would like to add? From Northern India Engineering College? Any other suggestion? You might have noticed certain shortcomings in the examination system, so you can throw light.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. I am Dr. Divya Gangwal, head of the management department. If we talk about the internal examination, which is also an important part as compared to the external examination, I think we should add on to the class tests also. And if we talk about the syllabus, we should, instead of giving one test or one internal examination, we should concentrate on giving at least a minimum of two internal examinations, so that we are able to cover all the syllabus, and the students are also able to practice and understand the subject matter, so that they are able to appear for the external exams well prepared.
Thanks for your suggestion, Northern India Engineering Institute. First of all, I would like to thank Honorable Director Dr. GB sir, who gave us a valuable suggestion about the differentiation question that it must be added into the examination system. With the help of the high order thinking skill question, when added into the examination system, the faculty can easily identify the learning outcome of that particular subject. And ma'am rightly added that there must be 2 or 3 internal examinations, so that the student can well prepared for the external examination. And the learning objectives as well as the learning outcome must be well understood by the faculty as well as by the student. So thanks for the suggestion by Northern India Engineering Institute.
Hello, this is Dr. S. Fazi from
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Veera Engineering College of Bijnor. Hello. Hello, this is Dr. A. H. Fazi from KS Veera College of Engineering and Management, Bijnor. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, this is Dr. A. H. Fazi from KS Veera Engineering College of Management.
Kumar Satyavir College.
Yeah, Kumar Satyavir College. Yeah.
But your voice is very on low pitch. Kindly speak loudly. Kindly.
This is Dr. A. H. Fazi from KS Veera College of Engineering and Management, Bijnor.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to say that when we are evaluating, when we are going to evaluation, we must see how the children has written, how the student has written, whether he has understood the concept, phenomenon, happenings or not, or whether we are giving marks on the basis of he has remembered the concept, the concept, issues and phenomena. Rather, we should evaluation should be based on the basis of his understanding. Eventually, I would like to say that when we are evaluating any project, any dissertation, we should give marks on the basis of the student's understanding, on the basis of the work, on the basis of the quality of the dissertation, quality of the project, rather on the basis of the marks, rather on the basis of pages of the dissertation. What I have realized most of the time in the colleges, we have been giving marks in the projects, in the dissertations on the basis of the pages, how many pages he has written in the dissertation. We give marks on the basis of that. So that's not a good approach. Rather, at the same time, I would like to add that when we are teaching, when we are in the teaching profession, we must know all the students personally. Sometimes we are not having good relation with the students. We are not having good interpersonal relation with the students. We just know their roll number. So if you are not well acquainted with their attitude, with their background, with their understanding, with their aptitude, with their interest or orientation, how can we evaluate a student in session classes rather? So it's necessary for a student, for a teacher to understand the students in an effective way, in a proper way. Each students rather have a good relationship with the students at a time. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
So thank you very much for the nice suggestions. Here one point to add is we fully agree that teacher must have the knowledge about the learners, That is the basic requirement for a teacher to know his students, to have a good rapport. But at the same time, in the case of when there is examination, there can be biasing also. If we know a person about his background or other things, that has to be ignored for the objective evaluation. And in addition, you are adding that the weightage to be given to the quality of work and understanding of the subject, not to the weightage of the weight of the dissertation or thesis. That can be kept in mind, but at the same time, I fully agree with you that we must focus on the understanding of a person about the subject matter, not only on the rote learning. So, any other suggestion from this very institution?
Hello. Satyavir College, Engineering College. Any other member of your institution would like to add? Okay, I'll give you one more you can suggestion for evaluating the answer sheet objectively. You see, Punjab University has introduced the transparency in evaluation. What they have done is that answer sheets are marked by the teacher who is teaching the subject. Then the answer sheets are shown to the students. Students look at their answer sheets and identify any error. They go to the teacher and have interaction with the teacher, and then they give the that they write satisfied and seen. So in this way, the re-evaluation part has been now removed. There is no re-evaluation carried out by the student. So students are shown the answer sheet. So there is total transparency in the system. So can you suggest this kind of evaluation in your university? Okay, now we move to Abhishek Polytechnic.
Hello.
Hanji.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So we have invited Professor Rajveer Kaur, HOD CSC Department from Radiant College, Radiant Engineering College. So I request her to share her vast experience regarding the student evaluations.
Okay. So we welcome you, Ma'am Rajveer Kaur. Please give your suggestions.
Thank you very much, sir. First of all, I would like to appreciate this brainstorming session being conducted by NITR, because it is the call of an hour to discuss this matter, because there are a number of allegations from parent side, from student side, even from teacher side related to the examination system. And before I start, first of all, I would like to say about the curriculum. The curriculum should be what is required by the industry. And it should not be like that, okay, once you have made a curriculum, once you have made a syllabus, and it will go for many years. Because we are being technical institutions, technology changes rapidly. So there should be proper revision of the syllabus or curriculum. What is the current trend of the industry? And now I move on to the examination system as to provide the quality education. Examination system reforms major role, and every element of this system can do their job well for effective evaluation. So talk about paper setting. The paper setter must get appropriate time to set the paper, and that the paper setter must have at least experience of teaching that subject at least twice of teaching that subject. And the questions should be mix of theoretical and practical also. And way of asking the questions should be such that it tests the IQ level of the student. Like there should be analytical testing of the student. And related to, then comes the responsibility of conducting staff. It's a responsibility of the college authorities to conduct the examination flawless or fairly, because this will put pressure on the students to perform well. Otherwise, there are some students who are not well in studies, but they have guts to use unfair means. So they obviously get the advantage and get good marks at the end. And for that, there should be proper cameras and university staff, so that that fair examination should be conducted fairly. And I also want to say there should be mock session for examination staff for smooth conduct of the examination. Like before examination, right clerk, deputy superintendent, everybody should participate in mock session. And there should be seminar for students also, like how to attempt the question paper. Sometimes some students are good in concepts, but they don't know how to, they are not well in attempting the question paper. There should be seminars or sessions for the students for teaching them how to properly attempt them. And then comes the role of evaluation. Evaluation center must allow these teachers who have at least who have taught at least twice that subject which he has given to evaluate. Again, I say there should be check on number of sheets being evaluated per day, and evaluator can also put remarks on a sheet per student basis, or there can be remarks for a whole set also. Okay, how they have done, what flaws are there in the answer sheets. Even evaluator can give feedback or can put remarks related to the question in the question paper. It should be like this, what more can be done to put the questions to test their IQ level. So how should be the questions, what he feels personally a question should be. Then I talk about in our in India, technical education, even other part also, our main focus is on critical evaluation of critical knowledge. Practical is being ignored as compared to critical knowledge. Related to that, I want to say there should be continuous assessment. It's not like the end of the semester there is a viva and that's done. Because practical knowledge assessment that is being ignored. That's why students also feel they are not of much importance. They take lightly. They know they have viva, 1 or 2 questions will be asked, then they will be go through. So there should the external examiner, which come to take, those who come to take the viva, they must do some homework related to the subject he is called for. He must have must go through the practicals which he is going to take viva. Then at that moment, hour or 1.5 hourly basis, short project should be given by the examiner. It's not like only viva should be there. Practically, project should be given by the external examiner. Short projects can be given, and also external examiner must pick the practical files also. Randomly choose the files to submit to the board or university, because this will put pressure on the teachers to give them manuals or to teach them the lab properly.
Any other point? Abhishek Polytechnic.
सर गवर्नमेंट वुमेन पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज सांगन है।
अभी रुक जाइए, अभी अभिषेक पॉलिटेक्निक, यस चलिए थोड़ी देर बाद उनको ज्वाइन करते हैं। आप यस गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक सांगानेर।
यस सर।
हाँ जी,
यस गुड आफ्टरनून सर।
गुड आफ्टरनून मैम।
Being a coordinator of the program, first I would like to thank for giving our institute the opportunity for conducting this ICT-based program on Student Evaluation Module 3, Instruction Planning and Delivery. Thank you, ma'am, and the director, sir. For panel discussion, I would take opportunity to introduce our two experts from the Department of Technical Education, Government of Rajasthan. The first one is Ms. Mamta Jain and Ms. Neelam Bishnoi. I welcome you, ma'am, and request you to share your views for the changes required in the examination system. Over to you, ma'am.
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार जी।
मेरे कुछ सजेशंस हैं अपने एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम में चेंज के लिए, जो
हाँ
कि
जी।
आज के सीन में रिक्वायर्ड है एसेंशियली। सबसे पहले मैं थ्योरी पेपर्स के लिए अपने सजेशंस देना चाहूँगी। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई वुड लाइक टू से जो पेपर्स हैं थ्योरी पेपर्स, उसमें ऑब्जेक्टिव टाइप क्वेश्चंस होने चाहिए। देन एमसीक्यूज अभी हमारे क्वेश्चन पेपर्स में नहीं होते, तो एमसीक्यूज हम चाहते हैं कि क्वेश्चन पेपर्स में डाले जाएं। ट्रू एंड फॉल्स जो कि अगेन हम उसमें ऐड करवाना चाहेंगे। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस रीजनिंग्स के क्वेश्चंस, क्योंकि अभी तक बच्चे सिर्फ थ्योरी को ही पढ़ते हैं, सिर्फ अपने जो कोर्स रिलेटेड टेस्ट मटेरियल है उसको ही करते हैं। तो मेरा ये सजेशन है कि बच्चों की ऑब्जर्वेशन को इम्प्रूव करने के लिए, थोड़ा उनका लेवल इम्प्रूव करने के लिए रीजनिंग टाइप के क्वेश्चंस भी हमें डालने चाहिए। अगेन सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से रिलेटेड मेरा है, वैल्यू बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस हमें इसमें ऐड कर सकते हैं, जो कि बच्चों को सोशली रिस्पॉन्सिबल बनाने के लिए एक हमारा प्रयास हो सकता है। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस केस स्टडीज और प्रैक्टिकल ओरिएंटेड क्वेश्चंस हम हमारे क्वेश्चन पेपर्स में ऐड कर सकते हैं। देन अगेन एक सजेशन और है मेरा कि हम लोग जो कॉपीज काम में लेते हैं, हमारे बच्चे क्योंकि बेसिकली 10th पास आते हैं या 12th किए हुए आते हैं, तो उनको कंसेप्ट नहीं होता ब्लैंक कॉपीज में लिखने के लिए, वो नहीं कर पाते उसको वर्कआउट। तो सजेशन ये भी है उसमें कि रूल कॉपीज हमें प्रोवाइड की जाए, साथ ही साथ सप्लीमेंट्री कॉपीज को हम हटा दें। सप्लीमेंट्री कॉपीज का जो ऑप्शन हम यूज़ करते हैं उसको ना करके एक ही कॉपी हम यूज़ करें, और बच्चे को उसमें जो भी स्टूडेंट है वो उसमें अपना आंसर कंप्लीट करे उस पर्टिकुलर कॉपी। देन अगेन विद चेंज ऑफ टाइम और जो हमारा अभी सीन चल रहा है, हम ऑनलाइन एग्जामिनेशन की तरफ जा सकते हैं। हमारे सारे एग्जाम अभी ऑफलाइन होते हैं, लेकिन टाइम की रिक्वायरमेंट के अकॉर्डिंग हमें इसके बारे में सोचना चाहिए और ऑनलाइन एग्जाम्स को हम इसमें स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस जो लॉन्ग क्वेश्चंस होते हैं उसमें क्राइटेरिया हो, हमारे पास अभी कोई क्राइटेरिया नहीं होता लॉन्ग आंसर्स को चेक करने का। इसके अलावा हमारे पास जो टॉपिक हमें अलॉटेड है, जैसे कि सीबीएसई वगैरह में पर्टिकुलर कोई आपका चैप्टर है तो उसका वेटेज होता है सिलेबस में, बस हमारे पास इसमें कोई वेटेज नहीं होता कि हमें किस सब्जेक्ट में कौन सी टॉपिक को हम कितना वेटेज दे रहे हैं। लाइकवाइज क्वेश्चन पेपर में भी क्राइटेरिया सेट हो लॉन्ग आंसर्स का कि क्या उसका वेटेज है, किस तरह से उसको चेक करना है या जज करना है। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस सर, जो अभी हम ऑब्जर्व कर रहे हैं कि बच्चे एक्स्ट्रा एक्टिविटीज से विड्रॉ करते हैं, सिर्फ पढ़ाई की तरफ उनका इंक्लिनेशन है, कोई स्पोर्ट्स नहीं है, लाइब्रेरी पीरियड नहीं है, इस तरह का कुछ भी एक्टिविटीज कॉलेजेस में देखने को नहीं मिल रही है। तो उसके लिए हमें एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज प्लस अटेंडेंस के लिए कुछ मार्क्स अलॉट करने चाहिए, जिससे कि उनको हम वापस से ट्रैक पे लाएं, उनका ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट हो, रादर देन कि वो एक केवल बुकिश नॉलेज उनके पास हो उससे। इसके अलावा सर मॉडिफिकेशन सिलेबस में अभी रिक्वायर्ड है, क्योंकि टाइम बहुत तेजी से बदल रहा है, बहुत फास्ट चेंज है टाइम में, तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग हमारे पास चेंज होनी चाहिए, मॉडिफिकेशन होना चाहिए सिलेबस में। जो मार्केट की डिमांड है, जो फील्ड की डिमांड है, उसके अकॉर्डिंग हमें अपने सिलेबस को टाइम टू टाइम रिवाइज कर लेना चाहिए। एंड सर वन मोर सजेशन प्रैक्टिकल में है सर, ये सारा थ्योरी रिलेटेड मैंने आपसे शेयर करा। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस प्रैक्टिकल में हम चाहते हैं, अभी तक हमारा जो पैटर्न है कि हम एक एक्सटर्नल को कॉल करते हैं और वाइवा कंडक्ट कराते हैं, रादर देन हम लोगों का सजेशन है कि हम जूरी को बुलाएं, प्रोफेशनल जूरीज को बुलाएं। उसके लिए हम एक पैनल क्रिएट करें, एक पैनल बनाएं 6 to 7 पर्सन्स का, जो कि फील्ड का भी हो और अदर इंस्टीट्यूट से भी रिलेटेड हो, और इंस्टीट्यूट में इटसेल्फ जो मेंबर्स हैं, जो टीचर्स हैं, लेक्चरर्स हैं, वो हो। तो टोटल मिला के 6 to 7 पर्सन्स का ये पैनल हो, जो कि सेशन की स्टार्टिंग में ही वर्किंग चालू कर दे, और फील्ड से रिलेटेड जो रिक्वायरमेंट है, जो बच्चा जिस बैकग्राउंड से आ रहा है उसका जो स्टेटस है, उसका जो लेवल है, उन सब चीज़ों को ध्यान में रखते हुए उन्हें हम प्रोजेक्ट दें और प्रैक्टिकल ओरिएंटेड हमारा प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड वर्क हो। इससे सर बच्चों में कॉन्फिडेंस भी गेन होगा, अपना प्लेटफॉर्म भी उन्हें मिलेगा, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल उनकी इम्प्रूव होंगी, और जहाँ बच्चे बेसिकली लैक करते हैं वो प्रेजेंटेशन, तो उनका प्रेजेंटेशन भी इम्प्रूव होगा, एंड फेयर जजमेंट रहेगा, क्योंकि बाहर से आपको फीडबैक मिल रहा है और पैनल है एक पूरा, तो जजमेंट भी इसमें फेयर रहेगा। इसके अलावा सर ग्रेडिंग सिस्टम के लिए हम लोग ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टेड हैं कि हम लोग जो मार्किंग करते हैं, मार्क्स हटा के हम प्रैक्टिकल में स्पेशली ग्रेडिंग सिस्टम को लागू करें, क्योंकि हार्डली डिफरेंस होता है बच्चों में आधा नंबर या 1 नंबर का, और वो बहुत सॉलिड, उसका कोई रीज़न नहीं होता कि यह 1 या हाफ मार्क्स क्यों कट रहा है। तो ग्रेडिंग सिस्टम होगा, वो एक बच्चों में अच्छा सा एक प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट करेगा, उनमें कंपटीशन की फीलिंग आएगी, लेकिन एक हेल्दी कंपटीशन की। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस जो भी सर वर्क हो प्रोजेक्ट का, वो टीम वर्क हो, जिससे कि क्योंकि हमारे सारे जो वर्क है, हमारा जो कोर्स है, वो इस तरह का कि इंडस्ट्री में जाके ही होगा, तो यदि हम ग्रुप एक्टिविटी करते हैं तो बच्चों को टीम वर्क की आदत पड़ेगी, कोऑर्डिनेट करना, एक दूसरे से कोऑपरेट करना, एक दूसरे से एडजस्ट करना वो सीखेंगे, कुछ मॉरल वैल्यूज उनकी डेवलप होंगी। इसके अलावा सर 3rd ईयर में हम लोग प्रोजेक्ट करवाते हैं जिसका कि सिलेबस के अंदर टाइम अलॉट नहीं है। उसमें प्रॉब्लम आती है कि एट द एंड ऑफ द ईयर जब हम उन बच्चों को प्रोजेक्ट देते हैं तो बहुत कम टाइम होता है उनके पास, तो हम लोग यहाँ हमारा ये सजेशन है कि सिलेबस में ही टाइम ब्रेकअप हमें मिल जाए कि पर वीक, पर डे, वॉटएवर, या पर मंथ प्रोजेक्ट के लिए हमें इतने आवर्स या इतने डेज देने हैं बच्चों को, जिससे कि वो मार्केट का एनालिसिस करें और प्रोडक्ट ऐसा हो जो कि मार्केट ओरिएंटेड हो और उसकी फिजिबिलिटी हो। और इसके अलावा सर प्रैक्टिकल एग्जामिनेशन में जो टाइम है, हमारे कुछ एग्जाम्स ऐसे हैं जो 2 दिन तक, 3 दिन तक भी चलते हैं, तो उसमें हम टाइम को कट शॉर्ट करना चाहेंगे, पीरियड जो है हमारा वो हम थोड़ा कम करें, मैक्सिमम 1 डे में हमारा जो एग्जाम है, प्रैक्टिकल एग्जाम, वो कंप्लीट हो जाए, जिससे कि हम टाइम और मनी की सेविंग करें, वेस्टेज ना हो। तो ये कुछ सजेशन थे हमारे GWPC सांगानेर से। थैंक यू सो मच।
So one more expert is also here.
उनका नाम
So yes, she is Miss Neelam Vishnoy, sir.
Thank you, sir. Everything is explained by Mamta ma'am, but only I want to say that to increase the confidence in the students, there must be extracurricular activities and project work and participation of a student, so that they can improve their leadership skills and they can come out with their emphasis on overall personality. So the most important thing is that a student should be evaluated on overall performance of the student. Thank you.
Thank you, Neelam Vishnoy, and thank you, Mamta Jain. You have a number of suggestions for improving the system of examination. To mention a few it is the main emphasis should be on the revision of curriculum. That is, curriculum revised on a regular interval, and that should be done by involving the experts from industries. That is, what are the requirements of the industries, what competencies a civil engineer or a mechanical engineer or electrical engineer should possess. So those competencies should be translated into course content. And another suggestion you have given is that there is no weightage given to various topics in the syllabus. I think many syllabus have been designed by this institute, NITR Chandigarh, and we have already given appropriate weightage to various topics in a particular syllabus. So if your syllabus doesn't have this kind of arrangement, then you can talk to your Board of Technical Education and they can send that thing to our institute. We will definitely look into it. TTC Jodhpur is designing the curriculum, so you can contact them. And you have also given a few suggestions that the question paper should carry 1 or 2 case study based questions. So wonderful suggestion. Another is that criteria for checking long answer question must be communicated. So on day 1, we have discussed the guidelines of writing essay type questions, where we have suggested certain guidelines for writing good quality long answer question. And I suggested that instead of asking long answer question, you need to give more short answer questions. तो आपने अभी बोला है कि मल्टीपल चॉइस क्वेश्चन भी होने चाहिए और ऑब्जेक्टिव टाइप क्वेश्चन हो, तो इससे जो है सिलेबस को ज्यादा वेटेज मिलेगी, कवरेज ज्यादा मिलेगी, इंस्टेड ऑफ आस्किंग ओनली अटेम्प्टिंग 5 क्वेश्चन आउट ऑफ 8 क्वेश्चन. इसके साथ साथ आपने ये सजेस्ट किया था कि जो प्रैक्टिकल एग्जामिनेशन है वो इंस्टेड ऑफ एवेल्युएटिंग बाय वन टीचर, ये एक ज्यूरी जो है वो फॉर्म की जाए और वो एक्सटर्नल जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं फ्रॉम द इंडस्ट्री एज वेल एज फ्रॉम अदर टेक्निकल इंस्टीट्यूशन, दे कैन एवेल्युएट द परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ स्टूडेंट ड्यूरिंग प्रैक्टिकल वर्क, ताकि उसमें ज्यादा जो है ऑब्जेक्टिविटी हो और बायसनेस जो वो खत्म हो जाए. और ग्रेडिंग सिस्टम जो है, आपने बिल्कुल बढ़िया कहा कि ग्रेडिंग सिस्टम जो है वो इंट्रोड्यूस किया जाए. एंड और जो प्रोजेक्ट वर्क है वो इंडिविजुअल ना देते हुए ग्रुप में दिया जाए, ताकि क्योंकि जब बच्चे ने इंडस्ट्री में जाना है तो इंडस्ट्री में एक एम्प्लॉय ने अकेले काम कोई नहीं करना, तो 3 या 4 एम्प्लॉयज ने मिलकर वो काम करना है. सो उनको टीम वर्क की जो एक फीलिंग है वो आनी चाहिए. इसी तरह आपने बोला कि एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटी, यानी आपने ये सजेस्ट किया है कि जो एवेल्युएशन है वो कॉन्टिन्यूस होनी चाहिए, ये नहीं कि उसके फाइनल सेमेस्टर के मार्क्स के बेसिस के ऊपर उसको जो है डिग्री दी जाए. तो हर एक सेमेस्टर में कुछ जैसे सेशनल्स हैं तो 2 जो हैं वो मिड सेमेस्टर टेस्ट हो जाएं, वीकली क्विजेज हो जाएं, कुछ असाइनमेंट्स हो जाएं, कुछ जो है केस स्टडीज हो जाए. तो इस तरह से हर एक की वेटेज हो और कॉन्टिन्यूस एवेल्यूशन हो, सबकी मार्क्स जो है वो एट द एंड जुड़े. तो ये आपने बड़े अच्छे जो है वो सजेशन दिए हैं, और मेरे कुलीग अगर कुछ ऐड करना चाहते हैं, दे आर वेलकम. ठीक है. सो ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच ममता जी एंड नीलम बिश्नोई जी. नाउ वी मूव टू IMS इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज गाजियाबाद. IMS इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज गाजियाबाद.
Good afternoon, sir. IMS Engineering College.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So we are having Dr. Rajan with us.
Dr.
Rajan, sir. SN Rajan.
SN Rajan. Okay.
So he is the Dean R&D of the institute, and he's been the COE for the long time, and he will discuss some of the challenges in the current phase.
Okay. Welcome, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. This is Dr. SN Rajan. It's very nice that you have arranged this panel discussion on the very burning issue of examination system. I have been involved in this system for the last 3-4 years. As you know, we are associated with the UP Technical University, which is now named as the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow. We have the examination system like that. For the internal examination that we conduct in our college, we have been given enough flexibility to plan for the exams. So accordingly, we plan in such a way that proper syllabus coverages are done for the students. Proper timings are given to the students so that the cover of the syllabus. Question quality is being improved by the faculty members. And as you said, told earlier, that we at the end of the examination, internal examination, we show the copies to the students also, so that we discuss the problems, discuss the shortcomings that they have in their answer sheet. That is well. So far as the external examination is concerned, that the university conducts, we have center CS also in many of the colleges. The administrative part is okay. There is no problem in that. they do this like that. They organize some centers, and then this they are called nodal centers and like that. There is no problem in that. The two problems that is very much burning is, so far the external exams are concerned. One is the setting up of question that many of the earlier panelists told you like that. So what we have witnessed that in many of the questions, the proper care is not being given to the setting of the questions. It means that the senior faculties or the concerned faculties are not setting up the questions. Either it is not covering the syllabus, or many times it is beyond the syllabus. In many times we have seen that the questions are being repeated in the same question sets. So proper guidance, proper attention should be given to the while setting up the questions. So this task should be given to some senior faculty members at a central level by the university. Second is that is very important issue, that is of evaluation of the answer sheet. This is a very challenging task that we all are facing, that the evaluation is not being done by the senior faculties of the institution. There are many reasons of that. They conduct the evaluation at one central place where they invite the faculty members from different colleges. There are many reasons that concerned faculties or senior faculties are not going there to evaluate the papers there. There are many reasons of that. So my suggestion is that why not dispatch the answer sheets with proper barcoding to the different colleges where expert faculties and senior faculties are there. In the proportion, the number of students that they have taught, in the same proportion they can send the answer sheet to colleges. They will take proper time. The senior faculties will evaluate that and send back the answer sheets with a number to the nodal center. That will be proper barcoded. The senior faculties will get involved in that, because going to the evaluation center and checking the copies over there is not being done by the faculty members, many of the faculty members in the system. So this is the one suggestion that we would like to give for the university with which we are affiliated. Secondly, for the practical examinations, it is very good suggestion that a panel should come along with the faculty member and some industry expert to evaluate the practical work of the students. That is also very nice. Fortunately, as I know that today the university is taking one meeting there in their Noida center, in which they have invited a number of directors to give the suggestions for this examination system. We have given this kind of information, feedback to our director. He is maybe participating today in the meeting. So maybe these such issues will be taken up by the university, and they will decide, because evaluation is a very grey area so far as this university examinations are concerned in this technical university. So these are the two: evaluation and the setting of the answer sheet is the very much burning issue, critical issue, that we should all focus on that.
Good afternoon, sir. First of all, prior to interacting with personality, suggestions that have been given by you, sir. First one is the setting up of the question paper within the time frame, and quality of the question must be added into the question paper. As we have already discussed in this STP, that is basically on evaluation, the practical examination and setting up of question paper is already discussed in this short-term program. You gave us the suggestion that the answer sheet must be dispatched to the various center where senior faculty member will check those answer sheet. Other than that, we can also do that the senior faculty member will set a model answer for those examination sheet, and those answers must be distributed to all the center where they can consider those model answer scripts and check the examination sheet. Likewise, there is a proper evaluation being conducted for those examination sheet. And next, for the practical examination, the role of the faculty is to provide an immediate feedback within the practical class to the student, as well as it's a nice suggestion that the panel must be there for the external examination of the practical system. And yes, a proper timing for the setting up of the question paper and adding high order thinking questions into the examination questions. Thanks for your suggestion, sir.
So thank you very much. Now we move to Global Engineering College.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my suggestion is the minimum passing marks should be fixed for the midterm examination or the internal examination. The pattern of the question should be set as per the time given. Hello?
please continue.
Can you hear me?
Hanji.
Sir, minimum passing marks should be fixed for the midterm examination or the internal examination, and the pattern for the question paper should be set as per the time given. The more weightage of the numerical question, at least 2 or 3 numerical question compulsory on the each question paper. The paper should be based on the industrial or practical application. The external practical examination should be in the another center, just like a university examination pattern. The objective question or MCQs are should be compulsory in the question papers. And the one suggestion is that the open book test for the internal level. The one subject is compulsory, that is based on the aptitude, reasoning and the current awareness. The feedback of the university paper by the subject expert. And the minimum experience for the evaluation of the examination copy should be 5 to 7 years, and on the MTech faculty should be check the copies of examination. The examination completed in 1 month for each award and even sem for all semesters, just like first, third, fifth, and seventh. And second, fourth, sixth examination should be completed in 1 month.
Sir, there is one more point, that there must be a forum, some kind of forum or blog where we can put all our queries or related issues time to time, because it's very difficult to address all the queries in a year or 6 months in this exercise. But if there will be a platform, we can address our issues in a month or in 2 months or by this some kind of pattern. Now another thing is that this is very strange, that if an student is getting 0 marks in midterm examination and they are getting like 14 university, they are passed, they are getting their marks. But they should not be there. There should be some minimum passing marks, so that student will be more convinced to go into their classrooms, and they will give more weightage to midterm marks. It must be mandatory for students to get minimum marks in this case. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the nice suggestion from the global. So you have put the maximum marks should be fixed. These are already fixed. What is the difference? The second point is pattern. The pattern is set by the university. It is common to all the engineering colleges. You have suggested that the more weightage to be given to the numerical portion. It cannot be done like this, because there is a distribution. There are concepts, principles, theories, then numericals. Numerical becomes the application part. So there can be some compulsory questions in which numerical appears. Then you have told to add industrial or practical applications of the questions. It means higher order questions must be added in the question papers. Objective and MCQs, those should be the part of the question papers. And you have again suggested for the internal examination the open book system. We have to be first trained in this very. What type of questions will be there which we can do from the open book? Because there is no training on this type of style of the question paper setting and the examination. This is required some orientation. Then reasoning and the other aptitude type questions. This is a general question paper which we can do extra to our subject matter question. Then feedback by the subject expert. This is a good suggestion, but the subject matter expert should be from the institution only, who is teaching. It should not be the outsider. Then minimum experience of 5 to 7 years. But you see, there's the scenario that 5 to 7 years the teachers do not stick to a particular college. Then how they will be, we are getting the new stuff every year. So who will be the question paper setters? This we have to think. Then period of examination. That is, you have set the limit. Set the limit. And I will. There should be declaration of the result. That must be at the earliest. Means it should not be more than 1 month. Because if the result is delayed, naturally another session which is to start, that will also get delayed. So we must take care that the declaration and the period of examination, that must be in a limited time. So thank you very much for the suggestion. Any other suggestion from the Global Engineering College?
Sir, what we are talking about is that yes, this is the scenario that faculties they switch their colleges all the time. But what we are talking is their overall experience should be 5 to 7 years. Overall experience from their first college to their 7th college, or it could whatever is this.
That is accepted.
And so another thing is that what feedback of RT paper, it is by the panel, by the expert panel, that what kind of question paper was there for the students. And when we talk about that, the pattern of question paper should be unique, which means if you will see that there are some papers, they are very lengthy, minimum 6 to 7 pages. We experience this difficulty. And there are some question papers, they are only of 1 or 2 pages. So, you know, the pattern should be somehow similar for the students, that they can attend their questions in the given period of time. This is our main concern. And about midterm marks, if they will be compulsory, then students will be more focused to get their marks in midterm examination. So the scenario is students are getting 40 marks in university examination and they are just getting passed without getting so much in midterm examination. So there should be proper weightage of midterm and university examination of passing, minimum passing marks. Sir.
Well suggested. So any another suggestion?
No sir, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we move to Sobasaria Engineering College Seeker. May I know who is going to make the presentation?
Hello.
Anji, Anji.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Dr. Arun Gupta from Sobasaria College of Engineering, Seeker. My suggestions on the university evaluation scheme is only subject experts should allow for the setting the question paper and checking of the answer sheets. Normally, the universities consider the evaluator and the question paper setter who is teaching for since last 3 to 5 years in a branch as a subject expert. For example, if a faculty member is teaching since last 3 to 5 years in a particular branch like electronics branch or mechanical branch, they will be considered as the subject expert of the electrical branch or mechanical branch. As we know that the electronics or mechanical, all these branches are covering minimum 32 to 35 subjects, and a single faculty member could not be have expertise in all the subjects. Therefore, my suggestion is that the experts should be taken who have already taught the subject since last 3 to 5 years. Next, my suggestion is random sampling and the evaluation of the evaluated answer sheet should be rechecked by some other
participants to give their feedback about this particular program. The way the program was conducted, the topics were included, and any one topic that you wish, it must be included in future program. In regard to this particular course, yes. So we can begin with MIT Meerut.
Hello, sir.
Haji, Meerut Institute, yes.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm having three participants with me. Miss Anusha Rani from Civil Engineering Department, Dr. Sandeep Kapoor from MBA Department,
Okay.
and Miss Anjana Sharma from Pharmacy Department.
Okay.
And yes, I invited Dr. S.S. Mehendi with me. So firstly, over to participants regarding the feedback.
Yes, sir. मेरे को नहीं सुनता अच्छे से। हाँ जी।
Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
This side Sandeep Kapoor from MIT Meerut.
हाँ जी।
Sir, I would like to thank you first of all for such a wonderful learning experiences, and I have learned a lot from your presentations, and I have learned about these all about these Bloom's taxonomy, because I do not know about it earlier, and about this affective domain and psychomotor and cognitive domain, and it was very delightful and very healthy learning experience for me, and thank you very much.
Any suggestion for our future program?
So for future program, just one thing I found it difficult, that session should be a bit shorter, and this whole day session, it becomes very tidy, and it becomes very difficult to absorb all the information you are providing to us.
Sessions were longer or shorter?
So we want a bit shorter.
Acha.
At present, they are a bit longer.
Okay.
A number of days we can extend.
Actually, in this week there was one holiday.
Yeah, certainly.
26 January. So that is why we want to give you the complete package. So that is why we have taken more time in sessions.
Right, sir. Anyway, it was very good experience.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now I'm giving to another participant, Miss Anusha.
Anji.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening,
Sir, first of all, I would like to thank on the behalf of MIT Meerut. We have wonderful experience with the NITTR on this training, and especially we have learned rubrics, which is very essential tool in a teaching. Usually we do not follow this kind of methodology for evaluating the students, and for us it is very wonderful opportunity. We have learned this tool. And also, sir, I would like, as a request, we want a more elaborate session on rubrics. And also, sir, the session which you have taken, especially I have learned a lot, which especially use of words, which we can use in the setting of question paper. That is the writing test items. Writing test items were really wonderful, because most of the question papers were not using the proper words, which can mislead the student, misguide the student, and the students are unable to answer the question to the point. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Anusha ji. So in next program, we will definitely give more weightage to conducting rubrics, design of rubrics, and as far as the writing of test items are concerned, so I'll give one suggestion, that whatever you want your student to write, think of that answer, and then write the statement of the question to which that answer is the only appropriate answer. So उसके लिए आप what word से start मत कीजिए किसी भी question को. What is force? What do you know by force? to always begin your question with an action verb. आप define करना चाहते हैं तो simply write define. आप describe करना चाहते हैं तो write describe, and also give the scope of the topic to be discussed. जैसे मैंने बोला what are Newton's laws of motion, तो उसकी जगह पे हम लिखेंगे describe each of 3 Newton's laws of motion with 1 example, maybe 2 example. So the scope of the topic must be known to every student. Thank you very much, Anusha ji.
Yes,
Now
sir.
next participant wants to.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
हाँ जी.
Myself Anjana Sharma from Pharmacy Department. First of all, I must very much thankful for a wonderful presentation. And the topic that is student evaluation means we as a faculty member, that is the most important, like the students are studying, so how at what level we have to evaluate. So from this presentation we came to know the various techniques, how to set the paper, how to evaluating tools are there, rubric is there, and the today's presentation the affected domain, that is the most the smaller points, the learning behavior, attitude, that is the most important one. Even means till now the attitude was like a simple word, but from the presentation the word does it plays a role, it's a vital role in the education point of view. And from that evaluating tool that Ms. Anusha has already told, and you were also said that you will be more further for the rubrics, so the similar point is mine also.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Anjana ji.
Thank you.
So now we invite Professor S.S. Larry to give his valedictory remark.
Sir, over to Dr. S.S. Mehendi.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
I feel great pleasure in being asked to record my impressions of the 5-day workshop here. We listened to the talks of our scholars, experts, Dr. M.P. Punia, Dr. P.K. Tulsi, Dr. Sunil Dutt, Mr. T.N. Tukral, Mrs. Amandeep Kaur, in rapt attention. Actually, to me, it was a spur to thought. The lectures given by you were highly thought-provoking. First of all, because as teachers, we tend to forget what our role is, and we get busy in day-to-day routine work so much. But these programs, these workshops take us back to the level of planning and to the level of invention. We have talked among ourselves about it. The voice is mine, but the opinion is a collective one. All participants here share the same thing with me here. And I would like to say that this workshop has put into focus how to be a better teacher, how to make our education system better. The topics like rubric of evaluation, examination paper setting, assessment processes were particularly very educative. And I feel that they are going to improve our working in the classroom situation much better. Then the talks were also very inspiring, informative. If we are able to implement the contents effectively in the classroom, we will certainly have a better system. And at the same time, we also shared, many of our participants, the problems and real classroom situations with you. I think you, as a member of the research organization, will take our concerns to the higher authorities at the planning level so that they can be taken care of. At the technical level also, the workshop was well organized. I would say at the MIET level, Professor Abhilash deserves the credit here.
Yes, sir, definitely. Because this time we have seen huge participation and attendance was full.
Exactly. and he takes credit for a very efficient coordination here. And then finally, I extend thanks on behalf of MIT participating faculty to all of you, to NITTR, for giving this opportunity to us to benefit. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your appreciation about this particular course. And definitely we will organize different program for your institution, and we look forward to have similar program on regular basis, because evaluation आज एक बार करवा दिया sufficient नहीं है, at least 6 months बाद या 1 साल के बाद इसको repeat जरूर करना चाहिए, and for other teachers also, not for this teacher only. So thank you very much, sir.
Look forward to it, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very
Now
much again.
Thank you, sir. Now we move to Abhishek Polytechnic. Are you available with us? Abhishek Polytechnic.
Hello.
Anji.
Sir, we are from Sobha Institute. Actually, our connection was got back and.
Anji, Sobha Engineering College, yes.
Yes, sir. We could not get when we are giving the suggestion. The connection was got back and.
Okay, now what you can do is you can call upon 2 or 3 teachers to give their feedback about this particular course, because now we are for the course evaluation and validation session. And if you have invited any chief guest or guest for the valedictory address, you can invite him.
So myself, Arun Gupta, and I am giving the validation part. We would like to thanks for your such a valuable course for student evaluation. It will be highly valuable for our faculty for evaluating the students and setting the question paper. Further, I would like to say something that our institute would like to attend more ITC courses on the soft skill, MATLAB, operational research, and PPD. Thank you very much.
तो थैंक यू सर. आप कोई सजेशन देना चाहते हैं इस कोर्स को और इम्प्रूव करने के लिए?
Sir, good afternoon. I am Dr. Ajay Sharma from Sobha Engineering College.
हाँ जी.
Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So my feedback, in the form of feedback, I just want to extend the word of thanks to everybody because the first and focusing point we got here, all participants, that the feedback at the time of instructions in the classroom. Whenever a teacher teaches to the students, during the lecture, he gets the feedback. Not all means the point I got here, that feedbacks must not be at the end of the semester or at the end of the examination. It should be regular feedback in the classroom itself. It motivates the students as well as the faculty members that what he taught at that particular time, is it really achievable at that moment or not? It definitely inspires the teacher to deliver more enthusiastically in the next lectures, as well as it will also motivate the students that they are really the part of the classroom. Otherwise, they will definitely become passive learners in the classroom. So an interaction between faculty members and the student must be there. That's why I appreciate the feedback that you delivered here. Second, the proposed program that in engineering, what I felt that faculty members are recruited just after the MTech degree, and such programs definitely they assist them to train the students in a planned way. Because what happens, they just pass out the MTech exams and they are not so much concerned about the approaches or methodologies of teaching in the classrooms. So your such programs will definitely help them to instruct the students in a planned and systematic way, and this will definitely help the students or learners or aspirants of management as well as engineering students. My suggestion is, like I individually got the opportunity to be the part of NITTR a programs on soft skill and communication skills. So we decided to have one more program for the faculty members on soft skills and communication so that faculty members can get training. Because as we were talking about the examination and evaluation, I suggest that evaluation must be for faculty members also, not only for students. Definitely this is for students, but there should be a pattern in which we can evaluate the faculty members, evaluation of their approaches they use in the classroom, in teaching, evaluation of their caliber, means what were they and what they are now in the present scenario. Are they mismatching with the steps of the present generation? Are they fit for teaching the students of the present scenario? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We have noted down your request for future program, and we are in the process of finalizing the operation plan for the year 2016 and 17. And by the end of March, the operation plan will be uploaded in the website of this institute, and you will find similar courses in the next year. So thank you very much. I request all the coordinators to kindly collect the feedback performa from the teachers. We have already sent one feedback performa, and submit the feedback performa along with attendance to Dr. P.K. Tulsi, and we will try to send the certificates by the end of February. Thank you very much. Now we move to IMG Engineering College. IMG Engineering College. IMS Engineering College.
Sir, we have Dr. Agarwal with us.
Hanji.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Am I audible, sir?
Hanji, please.
First of all, on behalf of the college, IMS Engineering College, sincere thanks to give us the opportunity for participating in this program. So there are a few inputs from our side. Like we would want, like in the future, like some kind of detailed sessions specifically on the preparation of students from industry viewpoint. The courses that can be designed specifically from industry viewpoint that would help the students to improve upon these skills as well as from career viewpoint. So in that regard, some sessions could be held that would be more useful, I suppose.
You can send your requirement stating the specific topics you would like to include in a particular program. We will definitely try to organize.
And other thing, like more on the coverage of contents beyond the syllabus, which again in line with the requirements of the industry as well as which could ultimately with the objective of improving the skill sets of students other than the syllabus which has been defined. So a little bit more on that would be more useful, I suppose. And as someone has already said, like future trends and the future upcoming technologies, sessions on those things again would be more useful. Otherwise, the sessions which were covered, specifically the evaluation of project work and the designing of rubrics, was pretty useful. And as such, again, thanks a lot for giving this opportunity.
So any other participant would like to give the feedback about the course? You can.
Hello, sir. I'm Anurag Mishra from IMS. Sir, I attended the workshop last year also, and the experience was awesome. That's why we tried to attend all the sessions this year too. And thank you very much, sir, for such small tiny things that we usually ignore, right? Setting the paper in the evaluation. But now we know these things. Definitely, we are going to observe all these minute things when we are going to go through. Thank you very much, sir, for such a detailed observation detail. Thank you very much, sir.
So thank you, sir. We have given you the input on the student evaluation. Please share this information with the other faculty colleagues of your institution, so that they also come to know about the guidelines of setting a good quality question paper, and the examination system can be improved in this way. Thank you very much. Now we move to Global Engineering College. Global Engineering College.
Hello.
Hanji, hello, Hanji.
Hello, I am Satvinder Kaur from Abhishek Polytechnic College. Hello.
Hanji, please continue.
I would like to thank Dr. P.K. Tulsi for giving us opportunity to attend this STC. The STC was arranged for really impressed a lot. The whole seminar is structured reasonably and most valuable seminar. Thanks a lot for your careful and thoughtful arrangement. We learned a lot for this short-term course.
So thank you. Any other participant would like to give feedback?
We are
आपके कॉलेज हाँ जी
We are requesting on behalf of all
Okay.
participants kindly mail the presentations of this session.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we move to Government Polytechnic Sanganer.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This is Reenu Shukla, lecturer engineering from Government Polytechnic College. First of all, I would extend my warm regards to all the experts present, Dr. Sunil sir, Tukral sir, and Amandeep ma'am, for giving us this opportunity for conducting this ICT-based program in our institute. Thank
So
you.
अपने किसी कुलीग को बोलिए कि भी इस कोर्स के बारे में फीडबैक क्या है कोई
Sir,
suggestion
this training program is very beneficiary as it is concerned with student evaluation, which is our utmost priority. The sessions by Bedi ma'am explained us about the student evaluation. She explained us about the Bloom's taxonomy, which was quite knowledgeable for us. Then the sessions by Amandeep ma'am about the rubrics, which she explained us about the rubrics term, which is very beneficiary and knowledgeable for us. And the test items preparations by you, sir, was very enlightened us how to prepare the good items. You have also evaluated a task also. Then
आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन से any other participant would like to give feedback?
Yes, I would like to add in the same also.
Please.
Sessions, Amandeep ma'am introduced us to the term rubrics, which was quite interesting, sir, as it is we were unaware of this term rubrics and knowledgeable also. She cleared the concept of different types of rubrics and how to use it in the evaluation of the practical work also. On the third day, the session was on project work evaluation by Takral sir.
Yes.
And the task given by him helped us a lot in learning well-designed strategy for the evaluation of project work of students. Tulsi ma'am gave us the suggestions for the setting up of the question papers in an effective manner with proper syllabus coverage and the marks distribution. She evaluated our question papers also, which enlightened us again also and will help in setting the question papers effectively. Last but not the least, in the morning session by Dr. Sunil Dutt sir, throw light on the building benefits of positive attitude for an individual and how he or she can benefit the organization. The whole presentation on effective domain was quite cognitive. I once again thanks and extend my warm regards to all the experts present here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
So now we move to Umar Satyavir College.
Yeah, very good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon.
From Kundan Kumar Misra.
हाँ जी.
सर, ये आपका जो ये वैल्यूएबल सेशन रहा सर, ये हम लोगों के लिए I would like for more beneficial for teachers and the people learn for very perfect well how can the people decide for the evaluations or like that area and whatever you are providing for the suggestion for our faculty sides, the people gain in that knowledge for and the people try to perfect way and I hope you people provided in better sessions that in futures also. And lastly, I request to you, sir, are you provided such types of session which gain for faculty in very more effective learning?
ऐसा है सर, हमारी अगले साल की ऑपरेशन प्लान में we have kept 2-3 programs on effective teaching, तो आप उनको ज्वाइन कर लीजिए and your faculty will be benefited.
Okay, thank you, sir.
आपका नाम क्या है, मैं जान सकता हूँ?
कुंदन कुमार मिश्रा from Jharkhand.
ओके जी, तो कुंदन कुमार जी, आपके कॉलेज से किसी और पार्टिसिपेंट ने फीडबैक देना है, आप उनको इनवाइट कर लीजिए।
हाँ सर, देना है।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
ओके, 1 मिनट सर।
हाँ जी।
Hello.
Okay, hello.
This is Dr. H. Faizi. This is Dr. H. Faizi.
हाँ जी।
This is a very praiseworthy, mind-blowing program, rather. And this program should be continued in every year, rather. That should be organized every year. This is a very effective and mind-blowing and praiseworthy program for every people working in the academics. And this should be, the program should be organized every year. And I would also would like to request that if you can give me opportunity to come over there and present my presentation on the particular subject and phenomena, I will be very happy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
हाँ जी, आप you will find our operation plan for the next year on the website of our institute by the end of March, and you will find similar programs being organized from April to March next year, and you can join any of our program at this institute. You are most welcome. You can look at the operation plan and identify the area of interest, and you can write to the concerned coordinator. So you can join the program at NITR Chandigarh. You are welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, Abhishek Polytechnic हो गया. अब कौन रह गए?
Global engineering.
Sir, we are having one request, sir.
हाँ जी.
सर जो सारे सेशंस की सर प्रेजेंटेशन है PPTs, वो सर प्लीज अगर मेल करवा सकते हैं आप.
हाँ जी, वो मैं डॉक्टर पीके तुलसी को आपका जो सजेशन है वो दे देंगे, और प्रोबेबली हम अपने इंस्टीट्यूट की वेबसाइट पे उसको डाल देंगे.
जी सर, जी सर. वहाँ से हम लोग डाउनलोड कर लेंगे.
हाँ जी. आप any other institution who has not joined the valediction session? सबका
Northern India Engineering College, sir.
Northern India Engineering College, yes, please.
Feedback, sir. Sir, this is one of the best programs. Like I would congratulate Dr. Sunil Dutt for his best part and attitude, and Dr. Pradhan for feedback and project. But one thing I fail to understand is such an excellent program, how this case studies, this was not covered as a very important topic. Because according to me, so far as case studies is concerned, creativity can be developed only through case studies. So, sir, next time you will be definitely. And our director has also suggested that we should form a part of a question, important question after the question paper. And further, I wish to add what our director has told. So this question paper can be divided into different parts, like the way it is unit-wise only. Idea is very good, so that no unit should be missed. But conceptual part is the first compulsory question. Case study should also be there. Then objective type part and descriptive part. All parts can be taken care of by including some descriptive questions. Opportunity should be there for some objective type questions also. Opportunity for case study and conceptual questions. That's all, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Please send this suggestion to your affiliating university, because it is affiliating university who has to design the question paper regarding how many sections should be there, or how many units should be there, or regarding the weightage to objective type items, short answer items, and lengthy question. So this part they will take up, but you have to send the suggestion. And as far as your suggestion about case, definitely, because since there were only 4 days in this particular program, one day was a holiday, so we could not include this program, but definitely you will find a session on case study in our future program on student evaluation.
That's what. Thank you. It should be like the way you do the attitude and Dr. Pradhan to the project. The same should be. That was excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir. So thank you very much. So now at this point of time, I would like to propose a formal vote of thanks. So on behalf of NITTT Chandigarh, I extend a very I extend my sincere thanks to all the 8 participating institutions, particularly the director or the principals of their institution, for having realized the importance of this particular area and sponsoring large number of teachers for participating in this particular program. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to Dr. M.P. Punia, the director of this institute, for engaging one session, as well as for giving us autonomy for the smooth conduct of this program. My thanks are also due to Dr. P.K. Tulsi, Professor and Head Education and Education Management, for her guidance on designing this particular program, as well as for engaging various sessions, though she is not present today. But definitely I would like to place on record her contribution in this particular program. My thanks are also due to my other colleagues, Mr. T.N. Thukral, Mrs. Amandeep Kaur, for co-coordinating along with me for this program, and also for engaging various sessions. My thanks are due to all the participating teachers who have shown keen interest. They have actively participated in all these sessions, and they have also presented the respective group tasks, and we have given them the assignment. We have given them the feedback. So your faculty is wonderful, and I think they will continue improving the system of examination. So we thank all the participating teachers. My thanks are also due to the supporting staff of this institute, particularly the ETB department and Education Management department, for providing necessary assistance during the conduct of the program. So in the end, I thank everybody once again. Thank you very much, and we look forward to all of you in our future training programs. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, and good day.
हाँ जी, आप अपने फीडबैक पर फॉर्मा हमें भिजवा दीजिए।
जी बिल्कुल सर, मैं भिजवा दूंगा।
थैंक यू जी।
ओके, थैंक यू सर।
ओके, थैंक यू, गुड।